coming to a close, or anybody who's here to watch. God, give us the grace to compete with diligence and humility. For the parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends that love us and support us every day inside and outside of the show barn. For our loved ones that can't be with us here today, and the ones you've called to be up with you. Give them a front row seat to watch us do what we love. I thank you for all the volunteers that help make this show happen. For the animals we spent months pouring blood, sweat, and tears into getting us here today. Lord, we know not the plans that you hold for our lives, but we put our faith in you because you promise hope and prosperity. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to live in a country where we have the freedom to pray to you so openly. Lord, we thank you for the many blessings that you bestow on our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Let's rodeo, San Antonio. This is your last call, lightweight medium wools. If you have a lightweight medium wool and you want to get to show in San Antonio this year, you need to be in the holding area now. If you have a lightweight medium wool, you need to be in the holding area now. You're about to miss your class. Fremont FFA, you have an entry that's about to miss your class. Lightweight medium wools, Fremont FFA.
The other two are the ones that classed out yesterday. You might just mention they classed out yesterday and moving up, pay attention.
Okay, folks, if you classed out yesterday and you moved to the medium wools, you better pay attention. You might be going to miss your class. We need entry 43028. That is your validation number. You need to be in the holding area now. Validation number 36779. You need to be in the holding area now. Validation 44784. You need to be in the holding area now. You're about to miss your class. Class number 27. These are your lightweight medium wools coming in the ring at this time. 44 head in class that range in weight from 100 to 119 pounds. This will serve as your first call, medium wools, class 28. That's your second class of medium wools. Medium wools, class 28. Start coming to the holding area, please. This will serve as your second call, class number 28. Second call, class 28 medium wools. That's your second class of medium wools. To the holding area now, please. Thank you, kids, for all your work. We're going to release these that didn't quite make it. A reminder that today in the medium wool classes, we'll be keeping 9 sheep, replacing 9 sheep for sale holes. That said, since we're only keeping 9, unless some of you guys rope an awful lot and have lost more than one, should be able to get this done on your hands. Entries in medium wool class number 28. You need to be in the holding area now. Medium wools class 28 to the holding area now, please. That's your second class of medium wools. We're going to keep track of how many sheep Jackson and Reese catch again today. Reese already had kind of a half catch. They brought in the big guns. Chris Ead has already caught one, and he's just standing in the corner. So congratulations, Chris. You win the first round. Good job to these kids making it so far in a tough class.
Well, good morning. A really good way to start off here in our medium wools, this lightweight class. I think a really competitive one, and sometimes in some of these classes, in combining power with the correct build gets to be a little bit of a challenge. So I won't tell you that there isn't some things maybe in these top three that I'd want to adjust just a little bit, but I still think that we're talking market lambs, and they've got to have some muscle, and then we've got to build them the best we can make them. So with that in mind, the first two, I'll tell you, when I take them in motion, I'd like to adjust them just a little bit. But we get them stuck, I think they both drive up. They're tall at the point of their shoulder or top of their blades, and they're ones that are very muscular, very shapely, and certainly right in terms of touch and condition today. Our class winner, he's the heaviest muscle one, and I think that's pretty evident in terms of just coming out of the top side there with a lot of shape and a lot of dimension, and he's one that when you study him on the profile, you like the depth of leg that he shows you here. You like the feet and bone on him. Take him on the move. Yeah, I'd like to clean his shoulder up just a little bit, but when he gets him parked there and we study him and compare him to the rest of the class, I think he puts the most good together. I love his width from his chest all the way through his center body, all the way out through the last third there. So for me, he's the one that puts the most good together. This one that comes second, I like how elevated he is as well. Again, he's really shapely and muscular down the top side. Again, his foot and bone is very good from that standpoint. He's the one when you step off, he just needs to smooth up and put things together a little bit. I think he gets a little bit bolder in the lower portion of his shoulder. Like to drop his flank and soften his middle there just a little bit. I think that would help him look a little bit better on the profile. Maybe stouten him up on those back pasterns just a little bit. But again, those are two really muscular, nice sheep that I think match up really well out here in this first class. Sheep I think's built just absolutely great. And you're going to say, well, if you like him so much in terms of his build, how come you're not using him? It's just when you get around and you're comparing the two in front of him, he's the one that gets a little more two-dimensional, gets just a little bit flatter. He's one that you get right through that last third, right out through his dock and his pins, and I want to open him up and just give him a little more dimension there. If I could do that, then I think he's got a chance of winning this class, because I love in terms of how smooth, elevated, he puts all the pieces together really well. Maybe gets his top up in him just a notch when you take him on the move, but I think in terms of just build when he's parked, you like that one from that standpoint. Just need to power him up a little bit. Same thing applies to the one here that comes at fourth. Another tall fronted one that you really like, dialed in really nicely as firm in terms of freshness and touch. Conditions all right on that one. He just runs out of gas when you get directly behind him. He's another one that outside of his leg there and stifle shape, he just needs more of it. Needs a little more up high there in terms of his upper hip shape there. Give him that, and again, that's another one that I love the way that one's built as well. And then we round out the class with one and maybe gets a little more piecey in terms of his front third there. Got a little more belly in him, and which I like in terms of his flank, but it throws his front off a little bit, primarily because he gets a little tighter in that forerib. But as I compared him to the other sheep on below him here, I think from the last rib back, that's a really good one in terms of dimension in his loin and where he ties in really good there in the upper part of his hip and loin hip hookup, and then his dimension right out through his dock. And again, in the lower portion of his leg, he's got it, and that's why he works his way up here. Again, really nice class. If you would, let's give these young people a round of applause.
Hey, you fellas that are standing in front of that black frame between the two stands, you guys are right in the camera, if you don't mind moving. Thank you. Appreciate it. Your second class of medium wools, that's class number 28, entering the arena at this time. 45 head in class that range in weight from 120 to 128 pounds. Results from your previous class. Placing 9th, Slayton Cantrell, representing Jack County 4-H. In 8th, Ace James, representing Grayson County 4-H. In 7th, Maddox Fleming from Ira FFA. In 6th, Kendall Keeter, representing Comanche FFA. 5th, Quinn King from Klondike FFA. 4th, Case Pearson, representing Guadalupe County 4-H. In 3rd, Tinley Whitley from Wiley Abilene FFA. In 2nd, Carson Smith from Hall County 4-H. And your class winner was Tanner Hawes from Falls City FFA. Congratulations. TLBA results from the same class. Placing 7th, Maddox Fleming, breeder is Neff in San Angelo. And 6th, Kendall Keeter, breeder is Pruitt Livestock in Abbott. 5th, Quinn King, breeder is Rockin' Sea Club Lambs in Tahoka. And your class winner, Tanner Hawes, breeder is Hawes Club Lambs in Beeville. Congratulations. This will be your first call, medium wolves, class 29 to the holding area. That is your third class of medium wolves to the holding area now. If you weren't here with us yesterday, I'd like to reintroduce our judge today, Mr. Gene Wynn. Over the past 30 years, Gene has had the pleasure of working with junior showmen and supporting the youth livestock programs as a teacher, sheep breeder, judge, and dad. He earned bachelor's and master's degree in agricultural and extension education from New Mexico State University. His degrees led to a career as an agricultural educator and agricultural extension and 4-H agent for the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service. Gene and his wife, Doreen, raised 4 children who showed multiple livestock species where they were fortunate to experience numerous champions and reserve champion banners over the years, both locally within New Mexico and at the national level. For the past 25 years, Gene has judged various sheep, goat, swine, and cattle shows at the local and regional levels, and he's also judged in states nationwide, including Arizona, California, Indiana, Montana, Kansas, Virginia, Ohio, and of course, Texas. We appreciate him coming, appreciate the time he spends with the kids. If you guys don't mind, put your hands together, welcome him to Texas. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. They had a really good job with their projects. Didn't quite work out. Class 29 medium wools, you need to come on to the holding area, please. Good job to these kids for making it so far in a tough class. You guys that are in front of that black frame stand between the two bleachers, we're catching y'all on the camera pretty good if y'all don't mind. Thank you. Last call, class 29 medium wools. If you had a sheep that classed out yesterday and you're bringing it as a medium wool, pay attention. Class 29 medium wools, that's your third class of medium wools. Weight 129 to 133. You need to be in the holding area. Again, if you classed out yesterday and you're fitting in this class, you need to come on.
Well, again, I think a really competitive class again in the second medium wool. Really, these young people are pushing each other really hard out here. And when you start to break these ones down, there's some good ones in the top 5, even on down through here. But especially in the top 5, you can kind of sort them the way you want to in terms of what maybe you're looking for. So it does get to be a little bit of challenge, like I said in the class before, combining the power but the correct build. The one that wins the class does that pretty easily for me, though. And it's not the extra bells and whistles, the white legs and all that. It's the fact that I like the way this one's constructed with the amount of muscle he's got laid on him. Maybe he's not as smooth-shouldered as our second place one, but he's good enough from that standpoint. He drives up into the young man. He's good in his chest. His neck sets up on his blades right. But more importantly, he just outmasses and outdimensions the sheep behind him there. When you get on the top side of him, you run your hands down the top. He's big racked. He's big loined, and he progresses on out really well. Step in behind him, he's certainly got more from stifle to stifle and more center leg width in comparison to the one in second. So I just think the combinations on that one, and you put him into motion. I like the way he handles his feet and legs. I think he's flexible off both ends. He puts it together really nicely for me. Hey, in terms of build and just pure quality on the profile, you gotta really like this one here that comes second. She does such a great job of sticking this one. He is up-fronted. He's smooth-shouldered. Everything blends together extremely good there. He's smooth on the profile. You like that. His top line, his underline's right. And he's good coming out of his blades into his rack. It's just as you work your way back, he's the one, compared to the class winner, that starts to give way just a little bit. Is he opened up in his pins and docks as much as the one that's in third behind him? No. But when you get your hands on him and you study that one, he's fresh. He's correct in terms of his condition. And he just puts the pieces together that much better. I think he gives up a little width to the one behind him, but I think his build and his quality is so much better. For me today, he's got to be up in that second hole. The one here in third, as well as the one in fourth, are two that when you put them into motion, they're stout featured. They're good from that standpoint, heavy muscled sheep, but they're the ones that start to show some things in terms of rolling their front end out of them and getting their neck sets just a little bit lower. I like this one in terms of when she gets him stuck there. Again, I think big-footed, big bones, you like that. And he's one, again, that when you get your hands on him, he's really shapely down his top side there. And he's got a lot of lower leg. For me, as I compare him to the two in front of him where I wanted to change him, is when you put him in motion, you see he's got a little more lower shoulder in him and just doesn't handle as good on the move. But I like a lot of things about that one as well. The one here that comes fourth, like I said, he kind of does the same thing in terms of having a little bolder front end in him, a little more shoulder. I think the other issue with that one is as you watch him go away from you, he's the one that's wanting to get outside of himself a little bit in terms of rolling his hocks. He's also the one, if you study him, his inner thigh there, you want to give him more shape and more depth of twist to make him look a little better in terms of from behind. He's certainly big topped, and he's big ended when you get on the top side of him upper hip there. But I think he needs him a little bit more lower, especially in depth of twist, secure those back legs a little bit better to make him a little more competitive. But that's a nice sheep that comes in fourth. Equally, the one here that we round out the class with, I think that's just a good sheep there in terms of when she gets him cranked up, everything comes together. He's not as great in terms of his chest. He's not as short in his blade, but his top line's right, his underline's right. He's muscular. I think he's just not as cool looking as maybe some of the ones in front of him, and he's also the heaviest conditioned one out here today. Again, a very competitive class. If you would give him one more round of applause.
Your third class of medium wools, that's class number 29, entering the arena at this time. 41 head in class. They're ranging weight from 129 to 133 pounds. Your results from the previous class. In ninth, Kinsey McCall from Archer County 4-H. In eighth, Presley Paul representing King County 4-H. Seventh, Twister Cluth from Hondo FFA. In sixth, Bailey Hopkins from Lipscomb County 4-H. In fifth, Riley Steinecke representing Wimberley FFA. In fourth, Tristan Neal from Smyre FFA. Third, Addison Irwin representing Cooper Lubbock FFA. In second, Chloe Clem representing New Home FFA. And your class winner is Cooper Evans representing Burnett County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In ninth, Kinsey McCall. Breeder is Gillis Club Lambs and Harold. In eighth, Presley Paul. Breeder is Oliver Club Lambs and Guthrie. In seventh, Twister Cluth. Breeder is EBS Club Lambs in Robert Lee. In fifth, Riley Steinecke. Breeder is Rockin' Sea in Tahoka. In third, Addison Irwin. Breeder is Rockin' Sea in Tahoka. In second, Chloe Clem. Breeder is Rockin' Sea in Tahoka. And your class winner, Cooper Evans. Breeder is Neff in San Angelo. Congratulations. If you have a class number 30, that's your class 4 medium wools. Again, if you have a fourth class medium wool, that's class number 30. You can start making your way to the holding area now. Attention in the barn. We have an announcement about the parking situation. The yellow striped area is not parking space. We have some vehicles in those spaces and they will be towed. This is in the 7A area, it looks like. We have a 2022 Kia, license plate S or 5GY1528. That's in Livestock 1. We have a 2017 Chevy pickup. Excuse me, the owner of the Kia is a Nancy Sadler. We have a 2017 Chevy pickup, same lot, Christopher Bryan. We have a Ford I believe a Ford ESB owned by a Carmen Rodriguez. We've got a F-250 owned by Jason Arnold. A 2019 Tacoma owned by a Kayla Kronicki. A Ford F-150 owned by Raul Garza. A 2021 Chevy pickup owned by Justin Burns. You guys need to get those pickups out of those striped spots, please, ASAP. Got one more announcement about the parking situation. We've got a vehicle, looks like it belongs to a Todd Swift 2009 Mazda Miata with a ragtop. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit, please. Appreciate these kids and their work. Louise, FFA, medium wool class 30, or fourth class of medium wools. Louise, FFA, you have an entry that's about to miss your class. We're about to shut the gate.
Well, we're moving up in weights here a little bit, but again, we're still obviously in the light division, but we're starting to certainly get into some heavier weights, and that again, sometimes as you put the pounds on them, they can either get better in terms of massing up, or they can start to want to come apart on you a little bit. And we get this top pair out here, and I think they match up. Now, are they perfect? No, I don't think so. Not, as I said yesterday, there's not a perfect one. So you can pick and choose, and there's some things about all of them I like, especially the top three. But I think, again, if you're going to combine all the good that you can into one, well, that's obviously the one that starts the class. Again, his presence, the way he stands up here, his neck comes up out of his blades, good. He's out on the corners, really good. His smooth pattern, his proportions and balance is good. He's got a little extra length of body, but yet he still maintains it when you put him into motion in terms of holding his top line and everything. Love him out through his hip and upper dock there. I think he's got more shape there. Again, you get your hands on him. He's got shape. He's probably pushing it. I'll tell you the truth on that aspect in terms of condition. I don't think he's got too much on him, but he's pushing it a little bit. But I still think when you combine it all together, that's the one that needs to start the class. And then I think it gets to be just a notch more of a challenge, because I like the one here that comes second in terms of matching up with the class winner. I guess there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously his color makes him a little harder to read at times. I think more than anything, I'd like to change him on his legs just a little bit. His pasterns at times when he goes on the move. And he's outstanding when you get your hands on him. He's like our class winner, only even a notch better in terms of the right amount of condition. Really smooth down his top line, just impeccable in his hip-loin junction, big lower leg. You got to love all that. He's a hard-muscled, hard-toned type sheep. Again, it's just a little harder reading, but I think more importantly, if I could just make him this much better, I'd give him a little more bone, and I'd make him a little better on his pasterns. But as you compare him to the third place, here is the one that's got the foot and bone. I like that about him. This one looks really muscular, and he is in the lower part of his leg, and he is in his rack. It's his loin. He's not just, I'd like to give him just a little more width there, but more importantly, it's his upper hip shape there, where he just gets too narrow for me right there. Makes him look big-legged, I'll tell you that right now, but when you get right on top of him, he needs to be busted open and squared up there. Again, you stand off, you look at him, you like his stout, rugged feature to him, but then that also starts to make him want to just appear a little piecey at times, especially when you take him on the move in terms of his lower shoulder, the way it comes into his rib and his body there. You see he gets a little tighter in his forearms. So we could change those few things about him. I think that makes him a lot tougher as well. But hey, that's a good sheep that comes there in third. A really a nice one here in fourth as well. Again, I think he's got nice foot and bone. Again, I think his basic build is good in terms of squareness and thickness is all good. Again, he's the one that starts to get a little longer bladed. His chest is wanting to get a little lower in him. His underline's maybe just not exactly where you'd want it to be. That's picking on one, because I think the basics to that sheep are really good. But again, probably again pushing it on condition out here in our top five and probably having a little more on him. But again, I think it's still acceptable. And then we round out the class with one, again, that on the profile, smooth made and got some foot and bone and stuff. He just plays out in terms of shape, dimension, and muscle when you get on the top side and from behind. He's just a little flatter from end to end, skeletally and muscle shape-wise in comparison to the ones in front of him. But hey, nice class. Congratulations.
Your fourth class of medium wolves, that's class number 30, coming in the ring now. 39 entries in class that range in weight from 134 to 136 pounds. Your results from the previous class: placing 9th, Jackson Hokinson, representing Dalhart FFA. In 8th, Caitlin Garner from Blue Ridge FFA. 7th, Abigail Smith, representing Robert Lee FFA. In 6th, Hazley Lane from Freestone County 4-H. In 5th, Quade Sullivan, representing Junction FFA. In 4th, Knox Fleming, representing Ira FFA. In 3rd, James Schulz, representing Seguin FFA. In 2nd, Kaylee Griffin from Uvalde County 4-H. And in 1st, Gage Behrens, representing McCullough County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class: in 7th, Abigail Smith, breeders EBS Club Lambs and Robert Lee. 4th, Knox Fleming, breeder is Neff Livestock in San Angelo. 2nd, Kaylee Griffin, breeder is Sharpton Club Lambs and Bryan. Congratulations. I'd like to highlight the two young men we have working the ring today, Jackson Zimmerman and Reese Richardson, both really good guys. We can assume based on their outfits today, they're both colorblind, but they are good guys. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. Appreciate all their effort. If you had a class winner second in the lightweight medium wool division, let's start heading to the holding area. Again, if you had a lightweight division class winner or second place, let's come to the holding area, please. Let's give these kids a hand that made it so far in a tough class. You ladies that are in front of that black frame stand, we're catching y'all on the camera some. Thank you.
We get this last class of division out here, and it certainly has its challenges in certain areas in terms of sorting them. What is not a challenge is our class winner. That one's the easy part for me anyway. I mean, that one just hits the ground with big feet, big bone underneath him. You step back and you study him. Again, I think he balanced and proportions out really nicely. He's not as deep in his leg where he ties in as maybe some of them behind him. But again, if you start at the front third on that one, neck ties in good, blade's really smooth. He opens up into a round-ribbed, opened-up cage there in the middle. And then when you get on your top side and you handle that one, he is fresh, dialed in terms of his condition, really good from that perspective. Again, that's one when you put him in a motion, I don't think he disappoints you. I think he excels in that area in terms of the rest of the class. So that part was easy for me. After that, I think for me, it got a little more challenging. So I wouldn't disagree with you again from where you're sitting or standing that you might want to do it a little different. But again, I think the one that lines up nicely behind that one's obviously the one here in second. Again, big foot, big bone underneath him, and again, he's a muscular one that's really fresh and correct in his touch. He gets a little piece here when you stand back and again you study him in terms of he wants to get a little tighter in his forerib, doesn't have the turn there. Maybe you'd like to see in him. He's not just perfectly opened up at the upper part of his hip there, but again, from a muscularity standpoint, he ties down deep in his leg. He's one that's good in terms of coming out his blade into his rack shape. His loin's good there. And again, if you put him in a motion, maybe that's when he exposes himself just a little bit in terms of wanting to break apart. But I think in this class, especially when they're parked out here, those two match up pretty nicely. The one that was a challenging one for me is the one here in third because, again, in terms of just a build and a profile, you like that one. Perfect in his top line from the base of his neck right out to his dot. Good in his underline. Gives you a great two-dimensional look. Wants to get just a little bit flatter. He's one, again, that handles extremely good in terms of touch and condition. I like that. Loin is just absolutely perfect the way he ties into his hip. I think he gets a little shorter hipped. I think when you get directly behind him, he's the one that gets just a little narrower. Again, as he comes out of his hooks to his pins there, he just doesn't open up like I'd like to him. Maybe, again, as you compare him to the ones in front, that center leg width is not as wide there as the two in front. But in terms of just a smooth package, you got to like that one. Another challenging one's here in fourth because I think, again, this one's got some good pieces. I think, again, foot and bone's pretty good on this one. This one certainly gets piecier. It's just a little harsher kind of a looking lamb. Certainly gets a little tighter in his forerib there. Again, I thought this was a little more of a challenging class. I thought in terms of touch and condition, he's right on the money from that aspect. I just like to smooth him up, open him up in that center body there, put more turn in his rib and smooth him up in that perspective and maybe even soften him just a little bit more. I think the young lady's done a good job of filling him. I just think he's a little harsher there in his flank and his rear flank there. So do that to him, I think I'd make him more competitive. Round out the class with another big bone, big-footed one. Again, from a fundamental standpoint, square-made, muscular. He just doesn't have the look that the one standing in front of him today. He gets longer bladed, a little deeper chested. But again, as you compare him to the ones below him, there's more sheep there. He's wider through his chest, more opened up, and certainly a more muscular one. Again, if you would, let's give these young people a round of applause.
Results from the previous class, placing 9th, J.C. Walker, representing Huffman FFA. In 8th, Kinsey Cornelius from Crosby County 4-H. In 7th, Avery McCurry, representing Jack County 4-H. In 6th, Peyton Roberts from Bartlett FFA. In 5th, Allison Kibbe, representing Fayette County 4-H. In 4th, Jessica Donaldson from Harris County 4-H. 3rd, Jackson Missildine from Marion FFA. 2nd, Rhett Hodges, representing Karnes County 4-H. And 1st, John North, representing Sanger FFA. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 7th, Avery McCurry, breeder is McCurry Club Lambs in Jacksboro. In 6th, Peyton Roberts, breeder is Pruitt Livestock in Abbott. In 5th, Kaysen Newell. In 3rd, Jackson Missildine, breeder is Savos Club Lambs in Blanco. Okay. Correction on the results on Class 30. In 5th, we had Kaysen Newell from Falls County 4-H. So 5th place, last class was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. And the TLBA result related to that 5th place, Kaysen Newell, 5th place, breeder is Rockin' C in Tahoka. This time, I'd like to introduce your lightweight medium wool class winners in respective seconds. Winning class 27, Tanner Hawes, representing Falls City FFA. His parents are Josh and Aaron Hawes. He likes football, baseball, hunting. He wants to go to LSU. Second in that class is Carson Smith. He represents Halls County 4-H. His parents are Tricia and Nathan Smith. He enjoys 4-H and FFA. He wants to head to Texas A&M. Cooper Evans won class number 28. He represents Burnett County 4-H. His parents are Brandon and Julie Evans. He especially enjoys baseball, and he wants to go to Texas A&M. Chloe Clem was second in that class. She represents New Home FFA. Her parents are Jody and Lauren Clem. She enjoys stock showing, gymnastics, and basketball. She wants to go to Texas Tech. Gage Behrens was first in class number 29. He represents McCullough County 4-H. His parents are Jason and Karen Behrens. He enjoys welding, fishing, hunting, and he wants to be a electrical engineer. Second in that class is Kaylee Bug Griffin. She represents Uvalde County 4-H. Her parents are Jody and Laura Griffin. She enjoys volleyball and tennis. She wants to major in ag business at Texas Tech University. Your class winner for class 30 is John North, represents Sanger FFA. His parents are John And Davila North, he enjoys wool judging and showing. He wants to go to Angelo State and then go on to be a chiropractor. Rhett Hodges is second in that class. He represents Karnes County 4-H. His parents are Wayne and Courtney Hodges. He enjoys baseball, football. He wants to go to Texas State. Good first division, great set of kids. Let's give them all that showed a big round of applause. If you have a medium wool in class number 33, that will be your fifth class or the first class of the second division. Come on to the holding area. Again, first class of second division, medium wools. Come on to the holding area now, please. All right. Those of you that are wondering, we're going to have our second division of medium wools and then a lunch break. So 2 divisions, lunch break, and then 2 divisions. You folks that are standing in front of that black frame between the 2, yep, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm really impressed. At least I like them. I should. I'm the one that picked them. But hey, let's give these guys a really big round of applause, Wood, for a nice lightweight division drive here. I think like any set of sheep, when you get them out here, I hope you can see some similarities. But there are some differences in them. And you know, for me, I just try to sort the best ones to the top. Some classes, they match up a little bit better. Some, you got to do some choosing and picking a little bit. But again, we get them out here, and we talk about the first class winner first. You know, that's the powered up sheep of the bunch. Really the muscular one, really thick when you get in behind him there. From stifle to stifle, he's as wide as anything out here. You know, with that comes a little more stoutness in front of his, you know, in front of him there, in his blades, sets out just a notch more. You'd like to clean him up just there a little bit, maybe even shorten it. But I think in that particular class, he put the most good together, and he's a super nice sheep. Young man's got him dialed in extremely good. Just a really powerful sheep that's still got enough look for me. The sheep has stood behind him there, maybe just a little bit better down his top line, maybe just a little bit smoother from that perspective. One that handles extremely good as well. And he was the one, like I talked about in class, he gets just a little off in his underline, just a little more length of blade as well. But again, I think those two sheep matched up nice in that class. Come on, we're his second class winner, and we talked about him, you know. He's You know, he's got some neat hamp features about him. You like that. But again, I don't let that be the deciding factor. If you want to start at the ground, I think his foot and bone's good. I think he hits the ground square like he needs to. As you work your way up, I think he maintains that skeletal width in the lower 1/3 as well as in the top third as well. So I think he's very dimensional, a three-dimensional sheep. You know, and he handles extremely good. And he might be as good in his upper hip shape as anything out here, and really nice turn to lower part of his leg. And so a complete package from that perspective. If you want to pick on him a little bit, he is up-fronted. I think he's good-chested. He maybe, again, just when you put him into motion, you can see that he showed you just a little more lower blade. But again, when you put muscle into sheep, it's hard to get just a really sharp, perfect front end in one. And so you got to take a little bit of that. And I like how opened up he is from his chest through his center body and on back. And you know, we go over our second place, and that was that's probably as good a line sheep as we've got out here in my mind anyway. That's a super good looking one in terms from the base of his neck right out through his dock, good in his underline. I mean, put together as smooth as anything out here as well. You put him into motion, and I think that's where he excels again. Maybe just at times gets his top up in him just a little bit, but I still think if you start talking about foot, bone, smoothness, pattern, again, one that just puts it together real nice, that one does it. You know, as I said in class, we just power him up just a notch from behind. That'd probably be a lights out deal right there, because that's a really nice one that comes there in second. We come over here to the one that wins Class 3, and again, I think he's a little bit like that one I just talked about. Really good in his lines, really drops into his flank really nice. I don't read him as having as much center width in the lower portion of his leg there. He's round-ribbed, but I'm not, in my mind, he's not as opened up as the other ones out there. I think he's opened up enough. Really good on the profile, maybe just crack him a little bit more in terms of with the chest all the way through his center body there. But hey, you cannot like the good things about that one in terms of how good he balances up and how smooth made he is. And again, that's one that handles really well in terms of touch and condition. Same thing applies to second place in that class. That one she has really got that one dialed in. I mean, he handles super good. I mean, touch, conditions right on the money, and that's a hard-toned, hard muscle kind of sheep. Again, that was the one that was a little harder to read in terms of his color pattern and stuff. And he's one that we'd like to make him just a little bit better on his feet and legs, a little more bone, and maybe stouten him up on his pasterns. But again, I think that's a good sheep that comes second in that class. We round out the group here with the one, again, that he's as good as anything in his front third, in my opinion. If you want to talk about opened up in his chest, comes into a nice blade that lays in there smooth, but he has got a great big cage in him, really opened up through the center body of him there. That's as good as anything out here in my mind from that perspective. His blade's right, his center body's right. You love all that. You progress on back, that's where I can pick on him a little bit, because I think he's not as opened up in the upper part of his hip and dock there as some of the other sheep in here. And maybe he's not quite as deep in the way he ties in the lower portion of his leg. Feet and legs out on the corners, I like that. And again, he presents you a good profile. I'd like to give him just a little more shot of muscle when you get, you know, in those two places right behind. But again, that's one that's really opened up, and that's picking on a couple of places, trying to put all those pieces together. The one that came in second in that class, again, I thought was similar in some ways in terms of foot and bone and basic build like that. It's certainly a muscular one, a stout one, maybe just not quite as unique up through that front third as the one that wins the class, but that's a good one there in second. So I think it's a very challenging group out here to pick a division. There's one that fits me really well, and then I think there's another one that matches up really, really well right with it. I talked to them. I think you know my differences. I'll show you the one I like the best. We'll pull the next one up, and we'll make sure, and then we'll pick your reserve.
Your medium wool lightweight division winner is Cooper Evans from Burnett County 4-H. And your lightweight division runner-up is Chloe Clem from New Home FFA. Congratulations. Class 33. This is your 5th class of medium wools, first class in your 2nd division. 51 entries in class that range in weight from 137 to 140. Medium wools, class 34. Come on into the holding area. Medium wools, class 34 to the holding area now. That is your second class of medium wools in the second division. Come on to the holding area. Again, folks, after the conclusion of this division of medium wools, we will take a lunch break. Good job to these kids. We appreciate all their work. Keep in mind, at the conclusion of this medium wool division, we will break for lunch. That will be a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of this medium wool division. If you have a medium wool in class 34, they need to be in the holding area now. If you have a medium wool in class 34, they need to be in the holding area now, please. Good job to these kids making it so far in a tough class. This will be your last call, medium wools class 34. Last call. We're going to close the gate. This is your last call, Medium Wolves 34. Last call. If you want to get to show, you better be in the holding area now. You folks that are standing in front of that black frame, y'all are getting in the camera. Thank you.
Well, lots of fun to be had in this one, at least from my perspective. When you've got three up here in the top end like this, and fourth and fifth are good sheep too, but these top three, Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Now, I know some people that are sitting second, third don't think it's much fun right now because they would rather be first. But I'm going to tell you something, both this young man and this young lady. Hey, you got good sheep. This is the way I saw it. You break them down, and from my perspective, but they're outstanding, and they push each other really hard. Here's the thing. You step off this sheep right here, and the young man gets off of him, and he just absolutely stays just like he is. And he's one that just doesn't disappoint you when you get on the top side of him in terms of how opened he up is in the top part of his skeleton all the way to the ground. He's good in terms of his width of chest and how he comes into his center body and the way his blade lays in there. And of course, you can see the turn to curvature to his lower leg there when you get behind him. Super good one when you put him into motion. Up front and good-looking sheep. I guess if we want to pick on him a little bit at times, he wants to get just a little straight back there. But again, when you put him in motion, he handles his feet and legs so good. I don't have an issue with that. That's just a super good one there that it's hard for me to find a fault in. I think that's a very nice one. Likewise, the one at second is, that's one as well that I like a lot of things about this one. He is as opened up as anything out here and just really squared up and really super good in his lines. I think he's super good. There's two things on that sheep. I think he's pushing a little condition on him, which obviously makes him look a little smoother and bolder. But with that, he's not as shapely and he's not expressive in his muscles, the one that's standing in front of him. I think as well, when you put him into motion, he wants to drop his shoulder, wants to drop his front just a little bit, doesn't maintain his front third as good as the one that wins the class. Hey, that's getting real picky on a nice one there, young man, that wins that class. Young lady here that comes third, again, I think she brings one that when you just sit here and look at him like this, you got to love how his chest is up in him, he swoops to his underline. Really good from that perspective. He's the one, though, that you can break down, at least from my view anyway. You can break him down a little more in terms of his lower shoulder gets a little bolder. You can see it there, especially when you get over the top side of him there. And he's the one, too, when you get your hands on all three of them, he's the one that is not as expressive and not as dimensional and opened up through his last third there as the two that are standing in front of him. And just again, as you compare him to the other two, maybe not as smooth in his overall look and his design as those two in front of him. The sheep here that comes fourth, again, I think if you just look at his body and his chest and his muscle shape from behind there, you like all that about him. And he maybe, again, is one that's pushing a little condition on him. My bigger issue is his lower blade and his back legs. We got to fix those because when you put him in motion, he really exposes himself in terms of his front end rolling out of him, and a pastern's not being strong enough, doesn't set his back legs good enough for me. But in just a perspective of one that's thick, square, got some muscle, he certainly fits that bill. Round out the class with one, again, that when you view him here from the profile, he's up fronted, he's tall shoulder from that perspective, big-footed, big bone. Again, I think he's one that starts to get a little piecier out here, just gets a little tighter in his forerib, not as opened up coming out of his rack into his top line there, but just a good solid sheep that comes there in fifth. Again, congratulations, nice class.
This is your absolute last call, Medium Wolves 34. If you are not in the holding area now, you are missing your class. Absolute last call, McNeil FFA and Brownwood FFA. You are missing your class if you're not at the holding area right now. Medium Wolves, class number 34, which is your second class in the second division. Entering the ring at this time. 46 entries in class. They range in weight from 141 to 143 pounds. Your results from the previous class. Placing 9th, Briar Sherrill, representing Hockley County 4-H. In 8th, Wyatt Hawes, representing B County 4-H. In 7th, Madison Mutina, representing Riesel FFA. In 6th, Dakota Martin, representing Mason County 4-H. In 5th, Reagan Hackler from Weiss FFA. 4th, Lexi Nelms, representing Stephenville FFA. 3rd, Caitlin Chabot from Brazos County 4-H. And 2nd, Powell Moore from Tom Green County 4-H. And your class winner was Shep Silvers from Junction FFA. Congratulations. Your TOBA results from that same class. In 9th, Briar Sherrill. Breeder is Diamond C in Ropesville. In 7th, Madison Mutina. Breeder is Glasscock in Early. In 6th, Dakota Martin. Breeder is Neff Livestock in San Angelo. In 3rd, Caitlin Chabot. Breeder is Rockin' C in Tahoka. And your class winner, Shep Silvers. Breeder is Turkey Farm Livestock in Stonewall. Congratulations. Good job to these kids. We appreciate all their effort. You have a medium wool entry in class number 35. If you have a medium wool entry in class number 35, which is the third class in second division, come on to the holding area, please. Good job to these kids. Made it very far in a tough class. You have a class 35 medium wool, and you need to come on to the holding area now. Class 35 medium wools, y'all need to be in the holding area right now, please.
Well, I'm not quite sure on the initial sort on this one that I missed it, but we worked this one on up there. I think this is a much more challenging class than maybe the last one in terms of just finding the one that hits me the hardest and one that just puts, the most things together, because each one of these, I like some things about them, but each one of them's certainly got some things I want to change about them. And so as you sort down through here and try to work them and figure out the one that suits me the best, well, obviously the one that wins the class does that. But, she just gets out here. She does a nice job of setting this one up. She doesn't have to overbrace him. He naturally runs uphill. He's good on his feet and legs, turn foot and bone. Maybe got a little set at times, those back legs, but I think the foundation's good from that perspective. And then you start to study him and break him down on the profile, and I think he probably, in my opinion, with the exception of May 3rd when pushing him, he's as good in terms of his skeletal build as anything out here. He and our second place ones are the power sheep, besides the fourth place down here, the blue sheep. But these two put it together slightly better. This one's certainly better in his front third assembly. Neck set's good. His blade does get just a tick longer, but I think he runs uphill. That part's good. He is massive coming out topside, big racked, big loin, and big as you get behind him there. And again, we put him in motion. I think even though he's not as tall fronted as I'd like to see him go, again, I think he's acceptable in this particular class. She's got him right on the money in terms of his condition and finish. Same thing applies. Condition and finish is great on this one that comes second. He's the one, and I'll be honest with you, I want to roll him fifth when I put him into motion. We get him set, and the young man gets upright on him and sets him up. Then he looks the part because he is busted open, wide-chested, got a big cage in him right there. A lot of turn when you get over the top of him there. Big loin, huge upper hip, lots of muscle in the lower leg. I just like to get him to profile just a little bit better, and I think drop his flank just a notch or shorten his blade, whichever you prefer. But more importantly, when you put him into motion, that's where you have some concerns. But I think in this class, those two sheep, in terms of their build, as far as width and squareness at the ground and everything, and muscle shape laid on top of their skeleton, those two got to work their way to the top of the class. The sheep here that comes third, I asked him to step away from him. I mean, he maintains himself really well. In the final analysis for me, a couple of things. He just gets so much flatter than the other two. And then in terms of dimension from front to rear, he just runs out of it and just doesn't have enough to him. I love him in terms of him just standing there and the way he balances and profiles. I just got to put more to him. And the blue sheep behind him definitely has that. That's one that's really, really powered up, really massive in terms of his foot and bone. You like that? Lots of muscle laid in that one. But again, he's the one really opened up, but doesn't put it together in terms of his skeletal build good enough for me. You get on the top side of him, and maybe it's a little harder from your perspective, but he is really pulled apart in the top side of his blades too much. Really opened up, gets way too bold right there. You get off that last third, you'd like to raise his dock up, maybe lengthen his hip ever so slightly, and just get that sheep a little more upright, and then I think he can run with anything in here. But today, he just gets a little piecey out here for me. And then finally round out the class again, as I've said on some of the other ones. I guess it's just built really solid in comparison to the ones on down here. Big-footed, square-made, big-boned as well. Got some muscle and got some muscle shape. Just doesn't put it together in as good a package as maybe some of the other ones in front of him. Not as shapely either as the one that's standing in front of him today, but a good solid one there in fifth. Again, congratulations.
Medium Wolves, class number 35, coming in the ring now. This is your third class in your second division. 51 head in this class, and they range in weight from 144 to 146 pounds. Your results from the previous class: in ninth, Riley Elko, representing LaPorte FFA. In eighth, Alessandria Holly, representing McLennan County 4-H. In seventh, Porter Parsons from Weatherford FFA. In sixth, London Watson, representing Blooming Grove FFA. In fifth, Cale Cochran from Ropes FFA. Fourth, Mason Simpson, representing Williamson County 4-H. Third, Grady Miles, Highland FFA. Second, Cooper Edwards, Sudan FFA. And your class winner, Kate Warren, representing Sunray FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class: placing seventh, Porter Parsons. Breeder is Chad Walker Livestock in Olden. Congratulations. Good job to these kids. We appreciate their effort. Y'all give them some love as they exit. Medium wolves, class 36. Medium wolves, class 36. Come on into the holding area. That is the 4th class in the 2nd division. You need to come to the holding area now, please. Folks, it's come to my attention that Mr. Reese Richardson here has a nickname. Honey Bun. We're not going to ask him how he got that, but All right, folks, we're going to have some kids exiting that have done a really great job and made it far in a challenging class. Medium Wolves, class 36. This is going to be your last call. Medium Wolves, class 36, last call.
Well, these young people have made me work pretty hard in this class, at least that's the way I see it anyway. I just think there's some good in each one of them, and then there's something I want to change all the way down through the top 5 of them here. And I think it's close between these top 5. You know, the thing about the class winner is he is just so shapely, opened up. He's the biggest chested one, but his blade lays in there right, and he comes into his center cavity and center body there just about as good as you can make one. I mean, he's round ribbed and his blade set out there, but he's smooth, and he just comes right into that middle like you want one. Comes back, and then you get back to that lower 1/3 of his leg, you can see it. He's got plenty of it, carries down there good. And here's the thing about this sheep. You know, he is probably as raw as anything out here, and I don't think he's too raw. I just mean what you see on that dude is exactly what you're going to get. He's not hiding anything. It's there. That's the way it's made. You can sit there and study it all you want. It ain't going to change. That one, big racked, big topped, and I still think a big-ended one and puts it together the best for me out here amongst these. This one, it comes second. Between second and third, it was some give and take, because I think a little more power probably lies in third, but I think the quality is the one here in second. I think if you just study this one from the profile here, you like how up-fronted and tall-shouldered he is. He's got a little extra length of body, but he's, again, one that holds it together really good. And I think he's got enough muscle when you get behind him, but he is a little flatter in terms of just that lower leg shape in comparison to the third and to the one that's standing in front of him. So I guess why is he second? Well, to me, I just like to bust him a little bit more and stouten him in terms of his foot and bone, and that's really getting, you know, a little picky, but I think that's where I would change him a little bit. He is better where he ties in at his hip-loin junction, and he's just smoother down his top line than the one that comes third. The one here in third, that's a really stout one as well. But the longer you study this one, this is the one that starts to get rougher on you in terms of his forerib there. He's also probably of the top 3 here, he's got the most condition on him, and I'm not saying he's overdone by no means, but he's got more on him. So he's got a little more blade sets out there, a little tighter in his forerib there, a little rougher down his top line. Those are places you'd like to change him. His hip, his dimensionality back there, and the width from stifle to stifle is really good. Just like to smooth that one up and make him better. The one here comes fourth is smooth. I like how up and out and tall fronted this one is, a lot like our second place. But this is the one, and you compare him to the other ones, he's the one that starts to funnel down, narrow up in the lower 1/3 of his skeleton to the ground. He's the one that wants to get just a little flatter view all the way from front to rear as you compare him to the other ones. Great build in that one. Maybe also when you get on the top side, not as shapely. And then we round out the class with one, again, it's really muscular. Again, not quite out there as much in terms of chest floor and shallowness and maybe length of blade, but really muscular, really a lot of turn, a lot of shape in that lower portion of his leg. I still think good enough in his lines. He just needs to be shallowed up front and just a little bit more to make him a little more competitive out here. Again, congratulations to these young people.
Class 36 is entering the ring at this time. That's the 4th class in the 2nd division. 36 entries in class that range in weight from 147 to 149. Results from the previous class, placing 9th, Pierce Lawhon, representing Nueces County 4-H. In 8th, Ryan Reagan from Hopkins County 4-H. 7th, Kendall Edwards, representing Sudan FFA. In 6th, Riley Hopkins from Lipscomb County 4-H. In 5th, Jillian McCurry, representing Jack County 4-H. In 4th, Amy Moore, representing Tom Green County 4-H. In 3rd, Lacey Matney, representing Lavernia FFA. In 2nd, Braxton Mock from Kendall County 4-H. And your class winner, Cole Hines, representing Stratford FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 8th, Ryan Reagan, breeder is Rockin' C of Tahoka. In 5th, Jillian McCurry, breeder is McCurry of Jacksboro. In 4th, Amy Moore, breeder is Moore Livestock in Sonora. 3rd, Lacey Matney, breeder is Glasscock of Early. And 2nd, Braxton Mock, breeder is Newsom Livestock in Olton. Congratulations. Just a quick reminder, at the conclusion of this class and the breed drive, or the division drive rather, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Again, 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of this division drive. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. We appreciate all their effort and work. You had a Division II class winner or second place. Start making your way to the holding area for the division drive. We have some kiddos that made it really far in a challenging class. Let's give them a hand. You had a class winner or second in this medium wool division. You need to come on to the holding area now, please. Again, class winners and second places from this division of medium wools, come on to the holding area.
Well, if you don't think this one's got some good sheep in it, you're not paying attention, because this one gets really deep and really hot, and it really is a challenge. But a good kind of a challenge when you get the top end here. These top 5 are really good. Top 3 really pushed each other really hard. And, I know, again, in this class there's going to be a second and a third that probably feels a little more disappointed than what they should be, but because this class is extremely deep and you got to work it down on personal preference. And you saw me walk them there at the end, and I think that's what breaks them apart just a little bit more for me. I'll describe some of the differences the way I see it, but you put them into motion, and this one probably is pulled apart, hits the ground, is square, and keeps his hocks right. Same thing off the front end when you step around in front of him. I mean, he's out on the corners really good, but it's not abnormal in any aspect. Hits the ground, comes into the middle part of his chest there the same way. And you step around here and you study him on the profile. He is so angular looking. Now, to be honest with you, I think maybe just a notch more tucked up makes him look even that much better. But you got to love the underline, the sweep to his flank. You got to love that. But I think more importantly, you got to love that one when you start to study his hind leg there and start to study that lower portion of his leg shape there, and how deep and how much curvature he has to it, the way he ties in. Then you combine that with everything when you put him into motion and watch him move, and how elegant he is and how good he moves out through there and hits the ground so much wider than our second place does. Much more opened up and more three-dimensional. I think that's the difference. And that one really, if you study him truly from his standpoint of his front third there, his neck sets so good on top of his blade. So that's a really good one. Second place is a really good one too. This one handles as smooth and wide down the top as you could ever want one. I guess you study this one for me. Compare the two of them, and you step around in front of them, and I think that's one place they separate themselves. This one comes out of the lower one-third of his skeleton and wants to narrow just a little bit. And again, I know that's getting highly picky on a really good one, because you like how elevated he is from this angle, but you step around in front of him, he wants to narrow up just a little bit. And then you put him in motion, he doesn't track as wide and as opened up as the one above it. But you talk about one down the top line that's square made, really wide, really dialed in terms of touch and handle. And then you get to his hip, and his hip is tremendously good as well. So I think that's a really nice one. Just step off and study the two of them. They're a really nice pair. Just like to maybe shallow that one a little bit, but certainly square him out just a little bit. But again, that's getting real picky. Young man here, that's a good one as well. And when he's just stuck like that right there, you don't have a problem with his extra length of body. I think he holds it together. But you see him have to gather him every once in a while, and then when you put him into motion, that's when you see it a little bit too start to give way when in comparison to the two that are standing in front of him. But hey, right there, you got to like that one. And then you're surely not disappointed when you get your hands on that one as well. Big, bold rack, big loin, big square end on that one, really dimensional out through that last third. But when you put that one in motion, you see that front and that lower portion of his shoulder start to come out of him, and he wants to drop his front end down a little bit. We come over to the next one, and again, this is a big bone, big-footed one. This is one of the shorter body ones. I don't think that's an issue as much as if you start to study him. I think he wants to get just a little rounder in comparison to three standing above him. He gets just a little more lower portion of his shoulder down there, and then right out to his dock, I'd like to level him up. In addition to that, he's probably not the smoothest down his top, but that's getting real picky on a good one as well there. And we round out the class with one that's a really smooth-looking one, showing just a little bit of stress out here today. I like his feel in him. I like, again, his muscularity and just the basics he possesses in terms of lines. I think he's right from that standpoint. I think he's good in terms of his feet and legs. Just need to make that one a little more unique through that front third and give him a little more shape and muscle. Hey, this is an outstanding class. Let's give these young people a big round of applause.
Your results from the previous class. In 9th, Gentry Phillips, representing Llano County 4-H. In 8th, Brooklyn Howell from Comal County 4-H. 7th, Riley Edmondson, representing San Saba County 4-H. In 6th, Cade Schaefer from Martins Mill FFA. In 5th, Tanner Lott from Louise FFA. 4th, Cole Bynum, representing Mildred FFA. 3rd, Brendan Kennedy from Oakwood FFA. 2nd, McKinley Clem from New Home FFA. And your class winner, Strattley Struby from Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 5th, Tanner Lott, bred by Rockin' Sea in Tahoka. 4th, Cole Bynum, bred by Pruitt Livestock in Abbott. 3rd, Brendan Kennedy, bred by Pruitt Livestock in Abbott. And 2nd, McKinley Clem, bred by Rockin' Sea in Tahoka. Congratulations. All right, I'd like to introduce to you your second division class winners in respective seconds. Winning class number 33, Shep Silvers, representing Junction FFA. His parents are Sam and Jeree Silvers. He enjoys football, hunting, fishing. Not sure what he's going to do later, but we know he'll do good. Second in that class is Powell Moore. He represents Tom Green County 4-H. His parents are Alexandria and Chase Moore. He enjoys football and baseball. He wants to head to ASU. Kate Warren wins class number 34. She represents Sunray FFA. Her parents are Dustin and Angela Warren. She enjoys basketball. She wants to go to Texas A&M and major in animal science. Cooper Edwards was second in that class. He represents Sudan FFA. His parents are Jeff and Jen Edwards. He enjoys sports, and he wants to go to Texas Tech University. Cole Hines was first in class number 35. Represents Stratford FFA. His parents are Chad and Joe Hines. He likes golf a lot. He wants to go to Oklahoma or Texas A&M. Braxton Mock was second in that class. He represents Kendall County 4-H. His parents are Kevin and Megan Mock. He especially enjoys hunting and fishing, and he wants to go to Tarleton or Texas Tech. Strattley Struby wins class number 36. She represents Tom Green County 4-H. Her parents are Slayton and Brooke Struby. Hobbies include basketball, volleyball, and the 4-H food challenge. She wants to go to Texas A&M and attend vet school. McKinley Clem was second in that class. She's from New Home FFA. Her parents are Jody and Lauren Clem. She enjoys showing sheep and judging livestock. She wants to study nursing at Texas Tech. Let's give all the kids that showed in this division a big hand. Again, at the conclusion of this drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. all you folks that are standing in front of that black frame stand between the two sets of bleachers, you're in our camera. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, wow, if you don't, it took a little more time on this class, but if you don't think there's some salty ones out here, you're probably not paying attention. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. Topeka Champion and Reserve in Division II. Again, it's a challenge, but it's a fun challenge when you get the quality out here that these 8 are, and you get to study them, and you look at them, and you can see the differences, and people have different priorities. I got that. But it's just a lot of fun when you sort them down. You get sheep out here you like, and then you can just keep whittling down till you get the ones you really have a lot of things you like about them. Maybe they're not perfect, but like I said earlier today and yesterday as well, it's hard to find a perfect one. But some of these are really pushing the upper limit in that category in terms of getting the way I like them. And so I'm not going to talk each individual sheep. Hopefully I talked them well enough in class that you understand that. What I'm going to tell you is that as I told you, there's a bunch of good ones out here, but you break it down, you saw the 3 I pull out. And I guess for me, when you start, times a day I kind of felt like I had to mix and match just a little bit. It's not saying the quality wasn't good, but just trying to get the way I want them. I want them to be built good, but I want them to be wide and opened up. And I want them to have some angularity, whether you're looking at them from the profile or whether you're looking at them from behind. And if they're going to be big-chested, I want their blades to lay in there right, and I want them to open up into a big center body with some turn to rib. And then when you get on the top side, I want them to handle right. And then if you put them into motion, obviously, this is what a lot of people want, but I want them to maintain themselves, hold themselves together, and walk is correct in terms of being up-fronted. And if they hit that ground square and true and out on the corners and maintain their hocks and everything, then I think that just tells you that's just kind of putting it all together and saying, hey, look at me, I'm the good one here. I think there's a pair of them out here that do that for me really well. I think there's some slight differences between them, but I think in terms of squareness, starting at the ground, they're really square, they hit the ground like they're supposed to. If you follow those legs to the top part of their skeleton, they maintain that width to the top side. And then again, if you step around them, like I said, and you look at them, you can see that angularity, you can see that up frontiness, the elevation of the top part of their blade, and you can see, again, how they profile and balance and proportion out. And then obviously the muscle part, and there's no issues in terms of condition out here with anything. Everything's on the money, but you want as much muscle laid on there as you can the right way. So again, it's been a lot of fun. You guys give these young people a real round of applause, and I'll show you which 2 I like.
Your medium weight division winner is Stratley Struby, representing Tom Green County 4-H. And your medium weight division reserve is Shep Silvers, representing Junction FFA. Congratulations. Should be back at approximately 1:55. We need that class number 39 to start coming in before that time, though.
Both of them. Attention in the barn. Medium wool, class 39. Move to check in. Medium wool, class 39. It's time to check in.
Okay, exhibitors, we're ready. Class 39 to be making your way to the holding area. Class 39.
Medium Wolves, class number 39. Medium Wolves, class number 39. That will be your first class in Division 3. You need to be in the holding area now. First class, Division 3, in the holding area now, please. Class 39, that is your first class in Division 3. You need to be in the holding area right now. This will serve as your last call, Class 39. Last call, Class 39. We're closing the gate. First class of Division III, Class 39. Last call. We're closing the gate. Your initial class of Division III coming in the gate right now. 42 entries in class that range in weight from 150 to 152 pounds. You folks that are standing in front of that black frame, we're picking you up on the camera. Could y'all? Thank you. Todd Swift, that one could have been yours. You got to move faster than that. This will serve as your first call, class number 40, second class and third division. Medium wolves 40 to the holding area, please. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. Class 40 medium wolves. Again, class 40 medium wolves, which is the second class in Division 3. You need to be in the holding area. Good job to these kids for making it so far in a tough class. Class 40 medium wools. Class 40 medium wools to the holding area now, please. If you have a medium wool in Class 40 and want to get a show at San Antonio, they need to be coming in the gate right now. Kiddos, also keep in mind that on that disposition card that you bring with you to the show ring, you need to have your ear tag number and your show weight.
Well, kind of an exciting class here to start right after lunch. I don't know if that's fair to me or not, but that's the way it breaks sometimes. I think 3 nice sheep here gets a little complicated, at least in my mind. You know, the outlined one is the one that wins the class in terms of running uphill, elevated at the top part of his blades, good in his underline, good in his chest. I think he sets better in his sternum and his chest floor in comparison to 2 behind him. Again, he's good down his top line, good in his underline. Feet and legs are really good underneath that one. Is he as opened up maybe as the 2 sheep behind him in terms of coming out of his blades into a bigger cage and around a rib cage? Probably not. I think he's acceptable from that standpoint. He's super good when you get your hands on top of him in terms of his rack shape, his loin edges sit out there right, dead level in terms of his hip. He's opened up out there. So his muscle shape's laid on there really nicely. He's not as explosive through that center portion of his leg or lower 1/3 maybe as the 2 sheep behind him. But I think, again, you put him into motion, you study this one from a build perspective, it's hard to shoot a hole in him except to say, well, he's not as thick as those 2 behind him. I think he's plenty thick. Not making excuses for him because I think he's on his own merit there from that standpoint. So build quality on that one's outstanding. Then we come over here into 2 and 3. And again, I think as far as touch and handle, second place follows that one. For me, the second place one just gets a little longer in his blade. Chest floor gets just down in him just a little bit, and then you get your hands on him. He don't handle with the muscle tone. He doesn't handle with his edges out there quite as good. That's picking on him because he's not bad. I'm just saying, in comparison to the class winner, he does get elevated at the top part of his blades there. I like that. Good and leveled out through his hip, so you appreciate that. And I think his feet and legs are better. The blue sheep here that comes in 3rd. That's what I like in terms of being pulled apart, big chested, opened up to the center part of his body, really muscular. I mean, there's a couple things on this sheep that I've got to make better, and that's front legs and back legs. They got to be better. He gets straight off both ends. You put him into motion. You can see it. He gets short-strided and choppy, can't handle himself on the go. He comes and turns at you and comes at you. He just don't set him down right. Again, I'm realizing that's getting picky, but I think in show lambs, finding muscle sometimes gets to be the easy part. It's building the ones with the right kind of muscle and not picking on this guy because I think that's a good sheep, got some unique pieces to him. You get on the top side of his blades right there, he does get a little opened up and a little rounder. That's still acceptable to me. My big issue is his feet and his legs, front and rear. We come over here to the next sheep, and it's another one that maybe just doesn't profile quite as good, but this one's big bone, big footed, stout structure kind of one that still looks good on the profile. It's not as shapely as sheep stand in front of him, and again, he's not as good in his chest floor and his blade length right there. Then we round out the class with one that I like the way this one runs uphill. This one's got some stoutness at the ground as well. This one, again, when you start to compare him to the other ones, he starts to play out in the upper part of his hip, lower part of his leg. We can get directly behind him in comparison to the other ones. Really nice class to start off with this 3rd division.
Medium Wolves, Class 40 in the ring now. 53 head in class that range in weight from 153 to 155 pounds. Your results from the previous class. Placing 9th, Carson Noisy, representing Comal County 4-H. In 8th, Chandler Kirksey from Bell County 4-H. 7th, Deacon Gahn, representing Wichita County 4-H. 6th, Cayman Cody, representing Tolar FFA. 5th, Coda Davis from Sutton County 4-H. 4th, Grace Moore, representing Tom Green County 4-H. 3rd, Corbin Garner from Leonard FFA. 2nd, Brinley Cody from Burnett County 4-H. And your class winner was Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 9th, Carson Noisy, bred by Rockin' C in Tahoka. And 2nd, Brinley Cody, also bred by Rockin' C in Tahoka. And your class winner, Reagan Miller, bred by Miller Hampshires of Seagraves. If you have a Class 41 medium wool, that is Class 3 of this division, you need to come on to the holding area, please. Thank you to these kids for all their work. Liberty Heflin. Can you please come to the sheep and goat office? Liberty Heflin. To the sheep and goat office, please. Great job to these kids for making it so far in a tough class. If you have a medium wool in class 41, that is the third class in this division, you need to be in the holding area right now. You're going to miss your class.
This one right here at the dot.
Class 41 medium wools, McKinney FFA, we're closing the gate. You want to show in San Antonio, come in.
Well, another class here, you had to work a little bit, again, and especially in these top three, and how you wanted to break them apart, which one starts and which one follows and which one's going to be third. You know, I think it was a little bit of a challenge. That's why I studied him for a while. I like things about each one of them, as I've said earlier today on different classes, and obviously some things that I'd like to change about him. You know, the class winner, I'll be the first one to tell you when he goes away from me, I'm just like, no, that's just you know, he's just a little narrow for me when he hits the ground, but everywhere else, he hits me pretty good. I like his feet and legs from this angle. I think his angles are right from this profile view right here. His front end is really good in terms of his chest floor, his blade smooth. He lays in there good. He's opened up good. He just hits the ground narrow as he goes away from you. You get your hands on him, I think he's got enough shape. He's certainly got more shape than the one that's standing in second. And again, I think in just overall profile and overall completeness and how proportional he is with the amount of muscle he has, again, as we sort through him here, I think he just excels in those areas over the one that's going to be second. Just does it a little bit better for me. The one is second, I think, profiles, again, really well. One is really good down top line, good in his underline. Maybe just is not quite as neat in his chest forward, but I still think he's good. He's tall-shouldered. And he shows some shape of muscle down low when you view him here on the profile. It's when you get on top of him, he's not as shapely as a sheep in front of him or behind him, and that's what concerns me on him. I just like to add a shot of shape and an expression of muscle a little bit in him because I think the rest is all there. We could do that, and he's maybe he wins the class then because she does a great job. As a matter of fact, both of them do a great job of sticking these sheep. Likewise, the young man does a good job here, one that goes third. And this one, if you just want to talk about squareness and some power, he's definitely got that. But you compare him, he starts to show you a little more blade, a little more shoulder in him than the other two in terms of just when you put him into motion, he wants to roll his front end down and out and just gets in front of himself from that perspective. And that's where I would like to change him. And then you get around and behind him, and he's probably just a notch bolder in terms of his blade setting out just a little bit. Again, I think a challenging trio there in how you want to do them. I probably wouldn't argue with you because I think there's some differences and you can kind of go either way, but that's the way I see them today. I really like the one here in fourth from the last rib back. I mean, the hip on that one is extremely dimensional. You talk about length of hips, great. Upper hip and dock, really busted open, dimensional there. And then you can see all the muscle in the world that you could jam into one from behind. That one's really a fresh, good-heighted sheep and everything. It's just the front third on him. And, you know, we could fix that. Then he runs on up there and gets awfully tough in this class. But, you know, his brisket, his sternum, it gets just a little low. His brisket gets all out in front of him. His blade gets just a little bolder down in the lower portion of it, and he gets a little longer as well. So if we could fix that front third, that certainly change that one and make him more competitive. And then we round out the class with one that probably on the top side of his skeleton from behind his blades all the way back. He's probably as cracked open and square made and opened up as anything out here. I like that about him. I think his lines are good as well, like his feet and legs underneath him. It's just that he runs out of some muscle when you get behind him, especially in that lower portion of his leg. Down through his twist and to the center, lower one-third there, he needs another shot of muscle in him. You get him on the profile, and again, I think he's one that gets a little deeper in his chest and maybe just a notch longer as well. So again, nice class, very competitive one. If you would, let's give him a round of applause.
Medium Wolves 41, which is the third class in this division, coming in the ring now. 41 heading class that range in weight from 156 to 157 pounds. Results from the previous class. Placing ninth, Ashton Adams from Brown County 4-H. In 8th, Jocelyn Kohler, representing Abbott FFA. In 7th, Jolie Hawes from Falls City FFA. In 6th, Taryn O'Brien from San Patricio County 4-H. In 5th, Jet James from Grayson County 4-H. In 4th, Emily Mutina, representing Riesel FFA. In 3rd, Briscoe Black from Brown County 4-H. 2nd, Olivia Sandy from Erath County 4-H. And your class winner, Raider McFall from Reagan County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 8th, Jocelyn Kohler, breeder is Glasscock and Early. 7th, Jolie Hawes, breeder is Hawes Club Lambs in Beeville. And 6th, Taryn O'Brien, breeder is Silver's Livestock in Junction. You folks that are in front of that black stand with the camera on it between the two, y'all are blocking our camera. If y'all could back away from that, please. Thank you. I've still got one of y'all in frame. Now we're good. Thank you. Class number 42, medium wools, come on to the holding area. Class number 42, medium wools. That is the fourth class in this third division. Again, this is the fourth class in the third division I'm calling. Class 42 to the holding area now. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit, please. Thank them for their work. If you have an entry in medium wool 42, it's the last class, Division 3. Let's come on to the holding area now, please. All right, previous breed champion winners and reserves. When you guys come back for the overall grand drive this evening, if you have your banners, please bring those. We're not saying make a special trip to the hotel or anything if you don't have them, but if you do have them, please bring them to the overall grand drive ceremony this evening. Thank you. We got a few kiddos leaving the arena that made it really far in a challenging class. Appreciate all their work.
We are still missing one entry from Tom Green County to complete Class 42. Tom Green County, you have an entry in Class 42.
Well, another one of those classes that give me a little bit of a challenge. You know, when the second place hits the ring, you go, yeah, that one's got the look, and this other one right here, he's not quite as neat in his blade right there. So that's the difference between them. But when you get him out here and you start to study him, that one's got true skeletal and structural width to him. He's rounder in his rib, more opened up in his cage. He's got considerably more lower leg in him. He does have a little more blade length in him than our second place. But again, I think when you stack them out there behind or in front of each other and you study them side by side, you just see more total width and dimension in the sheep that wins the class. Hits the ground wider and square, opened up on the top side of his skeleton more, and I still think he's got enough proportionality and balance that he's capable of winning the class for me. You know, like I said, the sheep that comes in second hits the ring, yeah, that's the one. And then you start to study him as he goes away from him, and she does a great job of showing him. He's the one that wants to get flatter in every angle you look at him, in terms of his chest is narrow, in terms of his rib, and the flatter he is there. And then you get behind him and you can really see it, in my opinion, from stifle to stifle. That's the narrow made one. In terms of a two-dimensional look, nothing's going to touch him in this class from that aspect. I just want to round him up, open him up, and just give him more dimension in that lower one-third of his leg from stifle to stifle. Then we can talk some more. I think it's a close decision because there's some give and take between the two, because I certainly like the foundation that one's on in terms of foot and bone. But for me, we're going to stick with some skeletal and structural width, and I still think enough look and everything. And congratulations to both these young ladies. The blue sheep here comes next. A real good one in terms of just being squared up on the top side and the bottom side. I think, again, one, it presents you a pretty good look. I think he's got the width up high, he's got the squareness up high you want to see in one. It's when you start to get down in that lower one-third, he just doesn't have quite the dimension, and he's not quite as shapely on top as the two standing in front of him come out of his blades into his rack. The sheep here that comes next, a really smooth made one. I think one, again, it's super good in his lines and good on his feet and legs. He simply runs out of enough muscle dimension, enough shape in comparison to the one standing in front of him. Maybe not quite as much lower leg as well, but a sheep is designed really nice. Then we round out the class with one, again, that I wouldn't call extreme in any one area. He's not the most elevated in his front third or anything, but he's certainly one that's opened up, square made, muscular, and just good in his line. So again, nice class. Congratulations.
Medium Wolves, class 42, entering the arena at this time. Last class in this division, 37 head. They range in weight from 158 to 160 pounds. Your results from the previous class. Placing 9th, Kyle Kemp, representing Valley View FFA. In 8th, Maggie White from Lubbock County 4-H. 7th, Benjamin Sprayberry from Jones County 4-H. 6th, Case Jones, representing Waxahachie FFA. In 5th, Raylan Ward from West FFA. In 4th, Caden Hodnett, representing Friendship FFA. In 3rd, Matthew Collins from Idalou FFA. 2nd, Caselyn Etheridge, representing Cooper Lubbock FFA. And your class winner, Jordan Rochetsky, representing Dawson County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 6th, Case Jones, the breeder is Benson Livestock in Hillsboro. 4th, Caden Hodnett, breeder is Moore in Sonora. And 3rd, Matthew Collins, breeder is Moore in Sonora. Congratulations. Good job to these kiddos. We appreciate all their work. If you had a Division III medium wool that won its class or was second, please start coming to the holding area for the division drive. Again, if you had a class winner or second place in Division III medium wools, come on back to the holding area, please. Good job to these kids. We appreciate y'all's work. Made it really far in a challenging class.
Well, the blue lamb in this class, he's the one that is big top, big ended. You get him here on the profile. I think he's has enough angularity to him. I think he's solid in terms of his top line and his underline. I think his blades are smooth. I think he hits the ground square enough for me off both ends. He certainly handles good when you get your hands on him in terms of shape of rack and width and dimension and loin edges and just squareness and upper hip shape when you get back there in that last third. I guess the thing that I'd like to change about him, and it's getting picky, but I'd elevate him at the top part of his blade just a little bit and get him just a notch more driving up into the young lady. But I think in this particular class, when you study him, he puts the muscularity, the skeletal quality, the structure all together. He's the one that needs to win it for me. And then it gets really close between second and third because I like things about both these particular sheep. This one here comes second. Again, I said it a couple times a day, but this is a one that what you see is what you get because this one, we're getting into these heavier weights, and he certainly isn't carrying any extra on him. At times he looks like he gets just a little flatter in that stifle area, and then you step back and you study him, and he's really not. You get your hands on him, he's got more shape down there and a little more pop down there than what you might think. So you got to kind of work on studying these two sheep. I see him as being more elevated in comparison to the one and third, especially in his chest forward. You put him into motion, he carries himself more upright in comparison to the one and third. Again, maybe not as shapely coming out of his rack right there as the one and third, but that's the differences I see between those two. The one and third, I consider this one as well, getting it up into second place because I like the foundation on this one in terms of foot and bone. I think that one's good. I think that one hits the ground really square too. I think this one, when she's got him parked, and she does a great job of showing this one, I like him a lot. You put him in motion, that's where I start to pick him apart. You get over the top side of him, you can see his blades sit out just a little bit. And then when you put him into motion, they start to fall out of him, and therefore you can read it in him as he moves about the ring. When she's got him parked, I love how good he looks on the profile and how well he balances up and proportions out. Just like to get that blade laying a little better and elevate him just a notch. That's getting picky on that one as well. The blue sheep here that comes fourth, we worked him ways on up there because, again, I think his condition's right on him today. I think he's got some good pieces to him in terms of his chest being up in him, elevated at the top part of his blade. He's not super shallow, but he's up where it needs to be. He's one that's good in terms of coming out of his rack into his loin. It's when you get directly behind him in the lower one-third of his leg there, and that stifle area that I think you could put some more shape in there, put some more pop, put some more dimension in that particular spot, make him a little more competitive in this class. And then we round out the class again with one that I guess sheep has a pretty decent profile when you study him here. He's one that's got a little extra length of body. He's a fresh handling sheep. It handles really fresh to the touch. Again, I don't think he's got as much dimension from his last rib back as the sheep in front of him today. When you get right up high and come out through that pin and dock, I don't see him being as opened up and square made as the other ones. You study him on the profile, he's probably not as elevated as you like for him to be in comparison to some of the rest. But again, a nice class. If you would, let's congratulate these young people.
results from the previous class. Placing 9th, Slade Butler, representing Zephyr FFA. In 8th, Aiden Gibson from West Rusk FFA. 7th, Channing LaRue, representing West Rusk FFA. 6th, Rebecca Dunn from Chapel Hill FFA. 5th, Tyler Simpson, representing Williamson County 4-H. 4th, Rancher Jolfoka, representing Mills County 4-H. 3rd, Lily Appleton from McCullough County 4-H. 2nd, Carter Llewellyn, representing Palmer County 4-H. And your class winner, Miranda Garza from Needville FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA result from that previous class, placing 9th, Slade Butler, with a sheep bred by Chad Perkins Showstock of Zephyr. This time, I'd like to introduce your class winners in respective seconds in your light heavy division. Class 39 was won by Reagan Miller. She represents Denver City FFA. Her parents are Derek and Ashley Miller. She enjoys showing lambs and goats and dancing. She wants to go to Texas Tech. Brinley Cody was second in that class. She represents Burnett County 4-H. Her parents are Josh and Ashley Cody. She enjoys livestock judging and cheer. She wants to go to Texas Tech. Raider McFall wins class number 40. He represents Reagan County 4-H. His parents are Chase and Lauren McFall. He likes hanging out with his sister and cooking with Kaysen, Cahill, and Cooper. And imagine this, a kid named Raider wants to go to Tech. Second in class 40 is Olivia Sandy. He represents Erath County 4-H. Her parents are Mitch and Andy Sandy. She enjoys showing lambs. Not sure what she wants to do, but I'm sure she'll do great at it. Jordan Richetsky wins class number 41. She represents Dawson County 4-H. Her parents are Gary and Heather Richetsky. She enjoys sewing, playing softball, and judging livestock. She wants to head to Texas A&M. Caitlin Etheridge is second in that class. She represents Lubbock FFA. Mom's Whitney Etheridge. She enjoys livestock judging. She plans to go to Texas A&M or Texas Tech. Either way, she wants to go to vet school. Your class 42 winner is Miranda Garza. She represents Needville FFA. Her parents are Claudine and Ben Garza. She enjoys 4-H and fishing. She wants to go to Tarleton. She plans to be an ag teacher. Second in class 42 is Carter Llewellyn. Represents Palmer County 4-H. His parents are Heather and Chance Llewellyn. He enjoys showing, playing football, and he wants to head to Texas Tech. Another outstanding division. Great group of kids showed in. Y'all should give every kid that showed in this division a big round of applause, please.
We get this third division here as far as picking a champion and reserve. And again, I think these kids need another big round of applause. If you give them one, please. Really good pattern sheep, and yet probably, we're obviously progressing into some heavier weights, but we're talking about all four of these class winners are really big back sheep, handled with some shape down the top side of their skeleton, are really opened up. And then there's some differences in them. I think in terms of pattern and stuff, there's some similarities. Class winner over here is probably the most elevated one in terms of the elevation at the top of his blades. He's still got some angularity on the profile in terms of his chest floor being up in him. And then probably in my best estimation, he's the biggest backed one out here in just terms of his loin. Edges being so far out there, and he ties in extremely well to his hip there. If you want to pick on him just a little bit, he wants to get just a notch tighter in that lower 1/3 of his forerib there, but that's getting awful picky on one because you put him into motion and you step around in front of him and he hits the ground on all four with some width. So I don't think that's really an issue. I mean, that sheep is dialed in, doesn't have too much condition on him, so he's like some of the other ones I've said today. You're pretty accurate in the way you're reading him in terms of what he's got. We go over there to the second place in this class, and he's similar in the same way. One that's really good in his lines and a very muscular one. I didn't read him being quite as neat in his chest and maybe quite as much turn right there at the rib, but again, a very nice one there. Comes in second. Our next class winner, that's one that, again, you really like his lines in him. You like the softness in terms of his flank. He gives you a really nice profile from that perspective. Get your hands on him. He's another big back one. He's got more rack shape than maybe the class 1 winner in just terms of pure shape and how he opens up coming out of his blades there in terms of that rack shape. And he progresses back with some width as well, just not quite as wide as that class 1 winner, but really good from that perspective. He's got a nice lower leg in him. Just a really good profiling kind of sheep. Likewise, the one that was second, I think is really similar. Maybe gets just a notch deeper on the profile there and length of blade, but put that one into motion and you really like the way that one moves out in terms of the way he handles himself. And again, he's a muscular one, maybe not as massive as some we've seen today, but certainly got plenty of muscle on him. The way he handles it is extremely good. We come here to our next class winner. We talked to them just a little bit ago as well. The two of them, I like this one in terms of just being a little more opened up, a little more structural and skeletal width, certainly more dimensional on the top side of his skeleton and muscularity on the top side of him as well. He's more opened up and more shapely. In comparison to the one that was in second, as I said, is one that just gets a little flatter. But this one here that wins this class is certainly one that in terms of foot and bone and squareness at the ground, he's good from that perspective. And we got our class, our next class, our last class of this division. That was a blue one we just had. And I said in that class that I'd like to elevate him at the top side of his blade just a little bit. But from there on, I think that sheep is pretty deceptive in how big backed he is. He's right behind the class 1 winner in just terms of width across his loin. Continues and gets wider as he comes out through the upper part of his hip there. He's got great shape down low in his leg, and he handles it well when you reach down there and grab hold of it in terms of meeting your hand. And so I think that one, if we could just elevate him, that's where we'd pick on him a little bit. And then the one that was second, again, we said maybe wasn't quite as shapely, but that's a good sheep too that handles with some width down his top side, certainly from his last rib back, and he's got some muscle. Good sheep on the move as well. So I think it's really competitive. This one probably a little more so than some of the other ones. Comes down to personal preference in terms of how you want to add up all the pieces and make it work. There's one out here that it just suits me really well in terms of one that profiles really good and one that's elevated, one that's muscular, and one that's correct on feet and legs. And then there's another one I think that's fairly close. We'll pull the second up and we'll make sure. But again, if you would, give them a round of applause and I'll select your champion in your reserve.
Your light heavy division winner is Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA, and your reserve, Raider McFall from Reagan County 4-H. Congratulations. If you have a sheep in the first class of the heavy division, you need to be in the holding area now. That's class 45, the first class of the heavy division. You need to be in the holding area right now, please. Thank you. You have a class 46 medium wool come on to the holding area. Class 46 medium wools to the holding area. That will be your second class in the heavy division. Second class heavy division, number 46, come on to the holding area. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit. We appreciate all their work. You folks in the back, we are speeding up a lot. Class 47 needs to be in the holding area now. Excuse me. Class 46. Class 46, which is your second class in the heavies. You need to be in the holding area now. We've got some youngsters that made it very far in a challenging class. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit, please.
think one of the more challenging pairs I've had the last couple of days in terms of breaking these two apart, because I think they're different. They're both probably pushing too much condition, but in this particular class, you know, and I say pushing too much, I think it's still probably acceptable, but excuse me, I think they're starting to get a little more on them than I probably prefer, maybe even not quite as firm to the touch as I want. So it's both of them a little bit give and take from that perspective. I like the upright, higher at the point of his blades here, the blue sheep that starts off. Again, I think he's big chested and opens up into a big body. I think his chest floor is up any better. I think you get behind him, I think he's a little more opened up as well from front to rear. And so you combine those things with his profile and his look. For me today, he's the one that probably starts it the best for me. I'll tell you the one here in second, young man does a great job showing this one and trying to get as much out of him as he can. And from his last rib back, I think that one's really good. I think his loin, his hip-loin junction, the way his hip is, the lower portion of his leg, is just a really good handle to him in comparison to the class winner. It's his front third there where he wants to drop his chest floor and his sternum down anywhere I'd like to change him. If you change out about that one, then I think that one's going to be tough to get around. But again, I think both of them we need to probably clean them up just a little bit in terms of condition. I realize we're getting into the heavyweights now, but both of them I'd like to improve on that. This one here in third does have that advantage, but this one just gets a little frailer and gets a little too flat for me to work him any higher in the class. She, once again, does a great job of showing this one. She drives him uphill, makes him elevate the top side of his blade. He's one that shows you a good profile there. Again, I think it's more of an issue that he just runs out of gas, and we certainly like to stouten him up in terms of a foot and bone there and make him a little stouter from that perspective. The next one, again, I think in basics, we want to talk about functional things that we need. I think he's square made, he's got some foot and bone, and he's got some muscularity. We've got to put it into a better build, a better package, a better skeleton. He gets longer bladed, doesn't balance up quite as good on the profile in comparison to the three that are standing above him. This last sheep here, another smooth made kind of a sheep. One again that probably pushing a little more condition than I want on him. You get right behind him, you like to open him up a little bit out through his pins. So a really competitive class, had its challenge. Let's give him a round of applause if you would.
Class 46 entering the arena at this time. This is your second class in the heavyweight division. 35 head in class. They range in weight from 164 to 167 pounds. Your results from the previous class: placing ninth, Emma Neal, representing Leon County 4-H. In 8th, Olivia Eakes, representing Grandview FFA. 7th, Gavin Slough, representing Tarrant County 4-H. 6th, Jalen Miller from Dalhart FFA. In 5th, Harley Jarzombek, representing Goliad FFA. In 4th, Carter Hoinsey, representing Tom Green County 4-H. In 3rd, Jasmine Garza from Weslaco FFA. In 2nd, Emerson Garner, representing Leonard FFA. And your class winner, Addison Robertson, representing Idalou FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Your TOBA results from that same class: placing 4th, Carter Hoinsey. Breeder is Thomas Livestock in San Angelo. 3rd, Jasmine Garza. Breeder is Smithwick in Miles. And your class winner, Addison Robertson. Breeder is Neff in San Angelo. Congratulations. Medium wools, class 47, start coming to the holding area. Medium wools, class 47, which is your 3rd class in heavy division. Come on to the holding area. Good job to all these kiddos. Let's give them a hand as they exit the arena. Good job to these kids. We appreciate all their work, making it really far in a tough class.
Both these ladies bring a nice pair here in the top end of this class. I think both of them are really good-looking sheep that handle good. I guess for me, the one that wins the class is just that much more powerful. I mean, he's really opened up through his chest, big in the center body. You get over the top side and behind that dude, and he just pretty much overpowers the class in terms of width and dimension. Coming out of his blades down through his top line all the way down in lower twist and lower leg. Yeah, I love him on his feet and legs. I think he hits the ground right in terms of foot and bone squareness. One, again, that I think is a pretty powerful individual. It puts it in a really nice proportional package. The one here comes second. I like the angularity on the profile of this one in terms of how it is up in its chest fore, drops into a flank. Really good down its top line. This is another one that handles good. She's done a good job of getting this one dialed in, really fresh and correct in terms of touch. I don't think this one's just as massive, just as opened up as you progress on back as the one in front of it, but I think that's a good built one. Put it into motion maybe. I'd like to elevate it just a little bit, but that's getting picky again because that's another one that's good on its feet and legs and built right from the ground up. We come to sheep here in third, and this is another powerful one that I liked in this class. It's the front third. I want to adjust this one a little bit. Get over the top side of this one. He wants to get just a little more out in his blades. He opens up on the top side of his blades as well. I think when he gets into that sheep, I think he's muscular enough. I think he's got enough to him. Maybe drops his dock just a little bit, but I think more importantly, change him up to his front third. Sheep that comes next, just a real muscular, thick-made sheep from end to end, a stout-built one as well. I think right in terms of condition as we get into these heavier classes, that's certainly one that's still right. I just think this one just gets a little plainer in his overall makeup, gets a little longer in his blade, just not as neat, not as attractive looking on the profiles the ones in front of him. Round out the class with the one that's probably the frailest one here out here in terms of foot and bone in comparison to the other ones. One, again, that's not as muscular nor nearly as shapely, but I think that's a smooth-made one. You compare them on down to the other ones here, puts it together, just a little nicer balanced package. Again, a nice class. Congratulations.
Class 47 medium wolves. Class 47 medium wolves. You need to be in the holding area now. Class 47 medium wolves to the holding area right now. Last call. Medium wolves, class 47, entering the arena at this time. 43 head in class. They range in weight from 168 to 172. This is your third class in the heavyweight division. Your results from the previous class: placing 9th, Emily Threet, representing Florence FFA. In 8th, Riley Clark from River Road FFA. 7th, Carson Bradley from Kendall County 4-H. 6th, Maya Hadaway, representing Plano East FFA. In 5th, Clara Cochran from Ropes FFA. 4th, Braden Bryan from Martin County 4-H. 3rd, Isabella Weiss, representing Atascosa County 4-H. 2nd, Cindy Hanslick, representing Jim Ned FFA, and your class winner, Brinley Hogg, representing Lubbock County 4-H. Your TLBA results from the same class: in 8th, Riley Clark, the breeder is Newsom Livestock in Olton. In 4th, Braden Bryan, breeder is Diamond C Club Lambs in Ropesville. 2nd, Sydney Hanslick, breeder is Chad Walker in Olden. Congratulations. This will serve as your first call, Medium Wolves 48. First call, Medium Wolves, class number 48. Last class of the heavy division. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit the arena. If you have a medium wool in the last class of the day and you want to get to show in San Antonio, now's a good time to come to the holding area. By the way, Schuberly, that was a very nice snag earlier. Age and experience before youth. I like that. Let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. Attention in the barn, if you had a previous medium wool division winner, I'd like your attention. Also, if you had a previous breed champion or reserve, I'd like your attention. We intend to roll this as quickly as possible, so at the conclusion of this heavyweight medium wool division, we will have our champion and reserve champion medium wool selection, and then we plan to roll immediately into the overall grand champion drive. We do not anticipate that will begin before 6:15. So we can confidently say we're not going to get started before 6:15 on that. But again, we're going to try to roll this as quickly as possible. Hopefully that gives you guys some ideas. Division winners and reserves. In the overall grand drive, we will not be reweighing.
Again, I think a nice class. These top two, I think, are similar ones. The difference is when you start at the ground, foot and bone, the class winner really kind of overwhelms them. One and second, I think they're made similar in type of build and kind. But again, this one's stout at the ground, big-footed, got a big bone underneath him as well in terms of substance. And you come up, and he's a real muscular one, too. A lot of shape, a lot of dimension on the top side of him. He certainly carries it. His deep twisted sheep, carries it down the lower portion of his leg. shows you it from the profile as well as from behind. You put him in motion, he doesn't change too much for you. I think, again, he surfaces to the top of this class pretty easily for me. I like the smoothness and the upfrontness of the one that comes second. He just gets the frailer looking one of the two of them. If you start at the ground in terms of comparing the two of them, he maybe just gets a little bit flatter in that front third in comparison to the one standing in front of him, but that's a good sheep that comes second. Interesting sheep in third, because when he finally gets this one to work for him and he comes together, that's a really powerful one. He is big topped, big ended sheep that's really square made. His neck doesn't set anything quite right, and that's why I don't think he wants to work for him. In this particular class, I think his power and his bone is what gets him up over the ones that's going to be third and fourth. The one here in fourth, in fourth and fifth. The one here in fourth, here's the really good built one, the good profiling one. He cuts a two-dimensional look that's outstanding, really up-fronted, really good in his underline, impeccable in his top line as well. He may be just as not as muscular as the one standing in front of him today. We could power that one up, open him up, coming out of his blades into his center body there. I think that one would move up in the class a lot higher. And then we round out the class with one here. Again, there's certainly a muscular one, a big-ended one. Two places I want to change him, his back legs, and then I want to change his front legs, his front blade in terms of length and boldness down low. Fix those couple things, and that one can run up there a lot higher. Again, a very nice class. Congratulations.
Class number 48 entering the arena at this time. 38 entries in class. They range in weight from 173 to 175. It's your last class of the day. Results from your previous class. Placing 9th, Kaylee Soto representing LaPorte FFA. In 8th, Kendall Murin from Lee County 4-H. 7th is Brody Fisher from Florence FFA. 6th is Amberly Davis from Glasscock County 4-H. 5th is Jimena Molina representing Eagle Pass FFA. 4th is Madden Wise from Brown County 4-H. 3rd is Aiden Ehrlich representing Lufkin FFA. 2nd is Garrison Jarzambek representing Goliad County 4-H. And your class winner was Landry Lane from Parker County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TOBA results from that same class. In 6th, Amberly Davis. Breeder is Jimmy Struby in Garden City. In 5th, Jimena Molina. Breeder is Neff Livestock in San Angelo. 3rd, Aiden Ehrlich. Breeder is Boardman Livestock in Bryan. Congratulations. Previous medium wool division winners and reserves, be thinking about it. Previous medium wool division champions and reserves. Let's start heading to the holding area. Let's give these kiddos a hand. Thank them for all their work and effort as they exit. Let's give these kids a hand that made it so far in a challenging class. If you had a division or reserve medium wool, let's get those sheep to the holding area, please.
Nice way to end the heavyweight division here in the last class with a really good set of sheep, I think, especially if we talk about these top three. I think when you get them this heavy and they still got this kind of look to them, they balance up, they profile. I mean, they're still good in terms of their touch and their handle and their condition. That's got to be impressive to get up here into the last class that's so heavy. I really like the class winner. I think he really overwhelms the class, to tell you the truth. And that's not taking anything away from second and third, because I think they're awfully good made kind of sheep as well. But you put this one into motion and you got a heavyweight sheep that can get out and travel like that, hold himself together that good, that's an easy decision for me, because when you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you either. He's big and bold, coming down his top line, big back, big-ended sheep, really super good on his feet and legs. That's a nice sheep, young lady. The one here that comes second, maybe a little stouter at the ground in terms of foot and bone, but again, I think he just gets a little flatter in that forerib. He's good when you get directly behind him in terms of his lower leg and the shape that he has in it. He's a good profiling kind of a sheep. I just don't think when you put him into motion, he holds himself together quite as uniquely and quite as good as the one that wins the class. The one in third, he struggles at times to get this one stuck because the sheep doesn't work for him quite as well, but that's a good one too. Really smooth made. One, again, that's good in terms of substance and foot and bone. I guess for me, he just gets a little bit plainer right through his front third, maybe not as elevated at the top part of his blade, but again, a good kind of a sheep that when you get up here in the heavies and they still put together like that, that's a good thing. Come over here to our fourth place. We're starting to get sheep that may be getting a little deeper in their chest, a little deeper in their rib, not as much turn to the lower portion of his leg, but I think as you compare him on down to the one here in fifth and the other ones, he's still good enough. He's still elevated enough. He's still good in his lines and certainly right in his condition. That's why he works his way up here into the fourth place hole. We round out the class here with one, again, that I'd like to make this one. When she gets him parked like that, he is elevated. You put him into motion, he's the one that really wants to get down and run downhill on you. But in terms of angularity and still got plenty of muscle shape in him, and again, I think in a heavyweight class here where his condition's that good, that's impressive. So good set of sheep. Let's give him one more round of applause if you would.
Your results from the previous class. In ninth, Macy Hilton, representing Florence FFA. In eighth, Coy Stockinger, representing Klein Kane FFA. Seventh, Zaylin Burnside from Jourdanton FFA. In sixth, Evan Sylvester from Denton County 4-H. In fifth, Cameron Guerrero, representing Live Oak County 4-H. In fourth, Ava Allensworth from Brazos County 4-H. Third, Ryder Lira from Splendora FFA. Second, Carson Schaefer, representing Martins Mill FFA. And your class winner was Holden Wise, representing Brown County 4-H. Your TLBA result from the same class. In fourth, Ava Allensworth. Breeder is Richardson Livestock in Early. Congratulations. All right, folks, at this time, I'd like to introduce your heavyweight medium wool class winners and respective seconds. Winning class number 45, Addison Robertson, representing Idalou FFA. Her parents are Brandy and Todd Robertson. She enjoys meat judging. She plans to go to OSU. Emerson Garner was second in that class. He represents Leonard FFA. His parents are Charlotte and Jason Garner. He likes fishing, hunting, and working cattle. He wants to go to Texas A&M. Brinley Hogg won class number 46. She represents Lubbock County 4-H. Her parents are Casey and John Hogg. She likes playing softball, and she wants to go to Texas A&M. Sydney Hanslick was second in that class. She represents Jim Ned FFA. Her mother is Mandy Hanslick. She enjoys wool and livestock judging. She plans to attend Blinn and then Texas A&M. Landry Lane was first in class 47. She represents Parker County 4-H. Her parents are Scott and Jill Lane. She enjoys playing volleyball. She wants to be a vet and pursue that degree at Texas A&M. Garrison Jarzambek was second in that class. He's from Goliad County 4-H. His parents are Lena and Gary Jarzambek. He enjoys cattle, working cattle, looking at cattle, wants to go to Tarleton, and he wants to be a rancher. Holden Wise won your class 48. She represents Brown County 4-H. Her parents are Amber and Hilton Wise. She enjoys basketball and hanging out with her brothers. She wants to go to Texas A&M, and she'd like to be a vet. Carson Schaefer was second in that class. He represents Martins Mill FFA. His parents are Mark and Leslie Schaefer. He really likes to play basketball, and he wants to be a chiropractor. Super set of heavyweight kids. We saw a lot of good kids show in the heavyweight division. Y'all give them all a round of applause, please.
We get the last division here, and again, get into these heavyweights, and a lot of times that's where sometimes as judge you struggle to get them to put together. But I'm real happy out here with our heavyweights, and hopefully you are as well. Let's show them how much we appreciate them by giving them a big round of applause, if you would. You know, the first class winner, the blue sheep here, he's for a heavyweight, you really have to like how shallow chested he is. He's up, he's tall fronted. He's one, his neck sets on top of his blades. He's got some length to his neck. He's a real athletic looking one from that standpoint. Probably not quite as shapely on top because, again, he's probably carrying a, in condition wise, maybe he's got a little bit on him, but I think in his basic build and stuff, you like his athleticism, you like how up and out he is, and yet he's still square made, thick, and got some dimension to him when you get behind him there. The sheep that come in second behind him, we talked to him in class, that's a super handling one down his top side, really good in terms of his length of hip and dimension out through that last third there. One that maybe just wants to get a little longer bladed and not as cool chested and up fronted as the one that won the class. We have our second class here, and that's this is the power sheep, if you want to just call one a power sheep in terms of square made and extremely muscular. He's certainly that. She's got him dialed in as well. I mean, that one hits your hand with a big rack, really good touch in terms of muscle tone. One is really fresh, gets progressively wider all the way back. You study that one from the top part of his skeleton to the ground, and he maintains it all the way down. I like that about him. You want to pick on him a little bit? He's not as tall-shouldered as some of the rest of them out here, but again, I think he puts so much good together. He proportions out good. He balances good as well, and really like his foot and substance at the ground. So like that one. The one here in second, we talked about him as well. That one's just a real good looking sheep, again, that's really good in his lines, really good down his top line, really good out through his dock there, good in his underline as well. Probably could be just a little bit rounder made, but the muscle shape and everything on him is still good for one that we're starting to get into heavies like this. This one that comes next, another angular one from the profile, one again that's good down his top line and good in his underline. Maybe gets just a notch tighter in his forerib, but then you step in behind him and he's got a big leg in him. He's got a lot of center leg width, and so you really can appreciate those things about that sheep. I'm going to pick on him, maybe right there in his forerib. He starts to tighten up on you a little bit, but hey, that's getting picky. Like we've talked about, each one of them's got something you might want to change. Come over to the next sheep, and that's another one that's got some elevation at the top side of his blade. Maybe gets just a little bit rougher down his top line, but boy, you get your hands on him and you're not disappointed in terms of rack shape with the loin. Transition is super, super good. That's one that touches and handles really well and still's got some look in terms of when you step back and you study him there. Now, the last class winner, we just finished up talking about him. You know, when he's parked here, you can see how good he is in his lines. He sure doesn't disappoint you when you get behind him. He's so angular from the rear as well as from the profile. But I think the thing that's impressive about him from my standpoint is watching him move around the ring. He probably maintains himself together as good as any sheep out here. He stays up fronted. He carries himself, higher in the front part than he is in the back. He's perfectly level out through his hip. He doesn't deviate one bit. And then he places his legs really square from the upper part of his hip all the way to the ground as he goes away from you. So I like that one when he gets out and moves. The other one over there, we like that one in terms of just muscle and substance and stoutness, and still got a good look to him. Probably not as crisp in terms of his touch and handle as the one over here that wins the class, but that's a good stout one there that came in second in that division. So I think again, it's been a lot of fun judging these heavyweights, and again, you get into the heavyweights, sometimes you don't get the cool looking ones or the good looking ones, but out here today, I think they're all good looking. One more round of applause. I'll show you the champion in reserve I like.
Your heavyweight division winner is Holden Wise, representing Brown County 4-H. And your reserve heavyweight division winner is Brindley Hogg, representing Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. All right, folks, here in our medium wool breed drive, I'd like to introduce to you the various weight division winners. Your lightweight division winner was Mr. Cooper Evans. He represents Burnett County 4-H. I'll give him a hand. Sorry, I got to do it. Your reserve lightweight division winner was Chloe Clem, representing New Home FFA. Your medium weight division winner was Stratley Struby, representing Tom Green County 4-H. Your reserve in that division was Shep Silvers, representing Junction FFA. Your light heavy division winner was Reagan Miller from Denver City FFA. Reserve in that division was Raider McFall from Reagan County 4-H. Your heavyweight division winner was Holden Wise from Brown County 4-H. And your reserve heavyweight division winner was Brindley Hogg, representing Lubbock County 4-H. We need our champion Southdown and champion Dorper to the holding area now, please. Champion Southdown and champion Dorper, come on to the holding area.
Well, I take a little bit longer here in terms of picking a champion medium wool because, again, I think these kids deserve that. And I know it's a cliche to say, but it's just my opinion. You take it for that. It's just my opinion. But, hey, that's what they asked me to do today was to give you my opinion, and that's the way I sort them the way I like them. You get them out here, and I like them. Now, I told you already what I liked about them and things I might change about them. So we're not going to spend any time talking about that. I'm just going to tell you that here's the thing. When I get them out here and I handle all of them champions and reserve champions, and there's no doubt in my mind that they work for me, that they're what I wanted today because, I can stand off and look at them and I can see some similarities. They're not perfectly the same, but I can see the similarities. And then when you get on the top side of them, they're all pulled apart. They're big racked, big backed, and big ended sheep, and still I think acceptable in their feet and legs, if not extremely good. And so, I can honestly say as we look at the champions out here that they're all in contention. I'm not a guy to get hung up on weights too much. I think, that is if they're big enough or whether it's a lightweight or a heavyweight, if they're out here and they're good enough, you don't get too concerned about the weight. There should be other factors to separate them. So I don't get hung up on that. Again, I'm just really happy and really pleased with them. There's some differences out here, but in the end, it just boils down to the two that fit me the best. Now, with that being said, I'll tell you that there's one that I just think's a little more out there, and out there in a good way. And I've already talked to him, so I'm not going to tell you about it again. But I think there's one that's just a little more out there and still hits all the other, or checks all the other boxes for me as well. And then I think it tightens up in terms of the other one that I want to go with and for reserves. So we're not going to talk them anymore, but hey, what a great set of sheep, great set of kids. If you guys would give them one more big round of applause, I'll show you which two I like.
Your champion medium wool is exhibited by Stratley Struby of Tom Green County 4-H. Your reserve champion medium wool was shown by Holden Wise of Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. Folks, if you would, make your way to the arena. We're ready to have our overall grand champion drive and presentation of awards at this time. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you Sarah Beth Franklin, Livestock Chairman.
Well, thank you, and welcome everyone to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Sarah Franklin, and I'm proud to be one of the over 6,000 volunteers here. The San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is committed to its mission of being a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, we have committed over $243 million for the youth of Texas. I want to congratulate all of the exhibitors who have been out here today. Y'all have all done an outstanding job. And exhibitors, if y'all will help me in thanking your parents, your ag teachers, and your extension agents for all of the help and support y'all have provided along the way. I also want to thank our subcommittee under the direction of Jason and Blake back here. They and their crew, they've been out here in the off season, day and night, making this show happen. So please give all of our volunteers a round of applause. And with that, we're going to move into our buckle and scholarship presentation. I'm excited to announce that this evening we're handing out 4 $10,000 scholarships for a total of $40,000.
This evening, I'd like to introduce your reserve champion Southdown exhibitor, Grayson Williams, representing McCullough County 4-H. Grayson is the daughter of Tyler and Mickey Williams. She says that she especially enjoys showing lambs and riding horses. Later in life, she plans to head to Tarleton. Purple jacket, interesting. Your reserve champion fine wool exhibitor was Mr. Graham Newsom. Graham represents Hale County 4-H. His parents are Logan and Jenny Newsom. Graham really enjoys basketball and baseball. He wants to go to Texas Tech when he gets older. Just like our other breed reserve, Graham's going to be receiving a belt buckle today. Paige Winstead was our exhibitor of the Reserve Champion Fine Wool Cross. She represents Springtown FFA. Her parents are Clint and Callie Winstead. She really enjoys basketball and cheer, and she plans to attend cosmetology school. Blake Burns was your Reserve Champion Dorper Showman. Blake represents Eastland FFA. His parents are Justin and Jennifer Burns. His favorite thing is showing livestock. He's not sure what he's going to do later in life, but I know he'll do great at it. Miss Holden Wise was your Reserve Champion Medium Wool exhibitor. She represents Brown County 4-H. Her parents are Amber and Hilton Wise. She enjoys basketball and hanging out with her brothers. She wants to go to Texas A&M and become a vet. Your champion Southdown was shown by Trey Harbor. Trey represents Jonesboro FFA. His parents are Mike and Connie Harbor. He really enjoys raising deer and showing livestock. Another young man that's undecided about what he's going to do in the future, but certainly another one that's going to be great and successful at whatever he chooses. Your champion final was shown by Seth Ashley. Seth represents Medina FFA. His parents are Robert and Nita Ashley. He really likes to go hunting and show lambs. He wants to go to Texas Tech University. Seth will also be receiving a $10,000 scholarship in addition to all his other awards. Mr. Brandon White was your reserve champion fine wheel cross showman. Oh, champion fine wheel cross, excuse me. Brandon represents Johnson County 4-H. His parents are Tricia and Mike White. He especially enjoys playing baseball. He wants to head to Texas A&M University. In addition to all his other goods, Brandon will be receiving a $10,000 scholarship. Your champion Dorper was shown by Reagan Slough. She represents Tarrant County 4-H. Parents are Ken and Beth Slough. She enjoys playing her cello, showing pigs and sheep, and she wants to go to Texas A&M and become a vet. This is another exhibitor that will be receiving a $10,000 scholarship. Your champion medium wool was shown by Stratley Struby. Stratley represents Tom Green County 4-H. Her parents are Slayton and Brooke Struby. Stratley enjoys basketball, volleyball, and 4-H food challenge. She wants to go to Texas A&M and be a vet. This is another individual that will be receiving a $10,000 scholarship in addition to all her other hardware. If you guys don't mind, put your hands together. Thank everyone at San Antonio for all they do for our kids. Before we get started, folks, if you guys don't mind, put your hands together and thank Mr. Wynn for all the time he spent with our kids today. Really appreciate that. I'll be reintroducing your breed and reserve breed champions. Your champion Southdown was exhibited by Trey Harbor of Jonesboro FFA. Your reserve champion Southdown was shown by Grayson Williams of McCullough County 4-H. Your champion fine wool was shown by Seth Ashley of Medina FFA. Your reserve champion fine wool was shown by Graham Newsom of Hale County 4-H. Your champion fine wool cross was shown by Brandon White of Johnson County 4-H. Your reserve champion fine wool cross was shown by Paige Winstead of Springtown FFA. Your champion Dorper was shown by Reagan Slough of Tarrant County 4-H. And your reserve champion Dorper was shown by Blake Burns of Eastland FFA. Your champion medium wool was shown by Stratley Struby of Tom Green County 4-H. And your reserve champion medium wool was shown by Holden Wise of Brown County 4-H.
Well, once again, outstanding set of sheep, but I know sometimes this is said a lot, but it needs to be said a lot. Even better set of kids. Give them a big round of applause if you would. Really a great set of sheep, great set of kids. Hey, before I'm terrible speeches, so I'm not going to give a big speech, but I do want to say thank you, and I want to thank Brian for giving me the call and asking me. It's not about me, but it's certainly an honor and a privilege to be able to come here and do this. A guy that's spent a lot of years, working with kids, and so it means a lot to me to be able to do it, but it's not about me, so we're not going to spend a lot of time, but I just want you to know that I appreciate that opportunity. I do want to say thank you. The ring help and the superintendents have been outstanding. I mean, just a super good set of guys and gals. You guys need to give them a big round of applause if you would, because they kept this ring hopping for the last 2 days and they kept things moving. I don't want to insult anybody else, any other shows I've judged, but I'm going to tell you this is the best set I've ever worked with in terms of just keeping everything snapping and going. So I really appreciate that. And to name them all off, everything from picking me up at the airport and hauling me around and getting me here is top-notch people. And I know that they're volunteers and they put a lot of time. So what I'm telling you, young people, is this, and parents as well, and other people, a thank you goes a long ways. I mean, I think that we overlook that sometimes. Don't overlook it. You're leaving here, those of you that are still here, just a thank you to those people. It can go a long ways, and I really think you ought to try to do that. And if you happen to miss out on that, then you can write them a thank you note and let them know how much you appreciate it. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to come here and do that. Hey, you know what? You guys are out here, and I know some of you are a little nervous and stuff, but you need to kind of soak it all in for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Look around. It's okay. I mean, I've already got my mind made up, but you got to enjoy being out here in the Grand Drive, right? I mean, because you don't know if you're going to get out here again, so kind of soak it all in, take a breath. I've made up my mind on Grand and Reserve Grand, so that's a big deal, but look around. I'll tell you why, because this is not a participation deal where they just give you ribbons and they give you trophies. You earned every one of them. You guys earned every banner getting up to this point. Even 9th places on down, they all earned those ribbons. Nobody gave them to them. They earned them. And so I appreciate that. I know how competitive everybody is. I also know all the people backing these kids. I know the parents and the people that help them, and then we got the breeders. It's a whole bunch of people. I don't need to give you a big speech, but there's not a better program around, and I really believe that. So you guys soak that in. You soak it in for a minute. I'm going to give these guys back their microphone, and I'm going to show you guys the Grand and Reserve Grand. Thank you.
And your grand champion 2023 Market Lamb of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is shown by Miss Stratley Struby. Your reserve grand champion overall was shown by Holden Wise. Congratulations to everyone. God bless.